Chapter 36:17. The lava saint attacked. With a roar, he spat out a terrifying flame that turned into the law of fire and flew forward. He wanted to refine Lin Xian completely. This was the fire of 10,000 rivers, which could burn everything. Even a level 3 sage would die in it. The surrounding people retreated frantically, not daring to get close to it. However, Lin Xian did not move at all, allowing the flames to engulf him. Ha! The lava saint laughed out loud. You're just a mere ant, and you dare to go against us? The other followers also sneered, while the surrounding onlookers gasped in shock. Is this the end? The difference was too great. Of course. After all, he was the third follower. How could that kid fight against him? Lin Gongzi. Jiang Xiaoyu was so nervous that her face turned pale. Hua Yuke snorted coldly. What a fool! In front of them, in the flames, the law of fire spread. However, at this moment, a voice sounded. It feels good. The power of your flames is not bad, but it won't affect me much. Don't you have any more powerful flames? As soon as the voice was heard, everyone was stunned. Lin Gongzi was not dead. Jiang Xiaoyu exclaimed. How was that possible? Hua Yuke's eyes almost popped out. The other followers were also shocked. How was it possible that Lin Xian was still alive? One had to know that the lava saint was the third follower. Apart from the 8 supreme geniuses, only the other 2 followers dared to fight against the flames of Rongjiang. The other followers did not dare to fight back at all. How could such a terrifying flame not burn Lin Xian to death? Damn it, I don't believe it. The giant of Rongjiang roared as the law of fire surrounded his body. He immediately struck out a powerful blow. A streak of fiery, red divine thought flew out like a bolt of lightning. Boom! The law of fire in front was even more terrifying. This time, Lin Xian should be dead. The lava saint thought so, and so did the others. Haha, it's not enough. Lin Xian laughed and sucked hard. The flames of the 9 heavens, 10 earths were drawn into a torrent, sucked into his mouth. In an instant, the terrifying flames in front of him completely disappeared. Lin Xian was still standing there, without the slightest injury. There wasn't even a speck of dust on him. Those people trembled and stuttered. They were unable to describe their current feelings. What did they see? Damn it, is this kid a monster? Such a terrifying flame was actually eaten by the other party. Furthermore, the other party was completely unharmed. What kind of physique was this? Was he wearing a saint artifact armor? How could this be? The molten lava saint also shrieked, revealing an extremely terrified expression. What was going on with the other party? Damn it, this kid is too strange. Now have a taste of my flames. Lin Xian opened his mouth and spat out a terrifying golden flame. This is the 9-yang divine flame. As soon as it appeared, it burned fiercely in the sky like the sun. It emitted a scorching light. This flame scared everyone out of their wits, and they almost knelt on the ground. They kept retreating, and the lava saint's expression changed drastically. Block it for me. The flame laws on his body were even more monstrous, but in an instant he screamed in pain. After being enveloped by the golden flame, his skin and flesh were torn apart. He screamed again and again. He broke through the void and completely escaped from the sea of fire. Only then did he preserve his life. The lava saint was incomparably miserable at this moment. His body was charred black, and there were cracks and blood everywhere. There was a burning smell. He looked extremely miserable. The surroundings were completely silent. They were truly stunned. This scene was completely different from what they had imagined. Jiang Xiaoyu was excited. This is great. Lin Gongzi is actually so powerful. Hua Yuke's hand that was holding the fan trembled. Monster, this is a monster. Previously, he was still disdainful of Lin Xian, thinking that Lin Xian was courting death. But now he was terrified. The reason for that was because the power that Lin Xian had displayed was simply too powerful. He actually defeated the third follower. One had to know that he was no match for the third follower at all. In other words, the other party's strength surpassed his. Facing an expert, how could he not be terrified? Damn it, those followers' faces were also incomparably ugly. Why did they meet such a ruthless character today? Damn it, who the hell are you? Rong Jiang, giant, gritted his teeth and asked. Today he had really lost all his face. Lin Xian finally stood up. He stood with his hands behind his back and said in a deep voice, I am Lin Xian. It's not shameful for you to lose to me. Lin Xian. Everyone's heart trembled fiercely. This guy actually dared to call himself invincible. Wasn't he too arrogant? Yes, the 8 great geniuses did not dare to call themselves invincible. Even Aqua Sky City did not dare to call themselves invincible. But now, an unfamiliar young man actually dared to call himself invincible. Where did his confidence come from? You dare to call yourself invincible? I'll fight you. The first follower could not help but walk out. However, at this moment, Aqua Sky City did indeed speak. You guys can leave. I'll deal with this kid personally. What? Everyone was stunned. Aqua Sky City was going to do it personally? God, this was too unbelievable. Aqua Sky City was one of the 8 great geniuses, and he was ranked 4th. It was said that he could even be ranked in the top. How terrifying would a genius like him be? Lin Xian, right? You're not bad. You can actually defeat my follower. You're worthy of me taking action. Aqua Sky City said indifferently, but you're too arrogant. You don't know the immensity of heaven and earth. You can't call yourself invincible, so you should change your name as soon as possible. Otherwise, you won't know when you'll die in the wilderness. You're wrong. Lin Xian also looked serious. Invincible is not my name but my title. My heart is invincible. It's not something you can imagine. Lin Xian was very serious at this moment. For some reason, everyone had an illusion at this moment. It was as if they weren't facing a second heaven sage, but a supreme, great emperor. The invincible aura of the other party was so oppressive that they almost couldn't breathe. Hua Yuke felt that his pants were wet. He was so scared that he almost peed his pants. Beside him, Jiang Xiaoyu looked like she was infatuated. This was a true expert, a peerless hero. A title. Aqua Sky City's face sank. He naturally knew what the other party meant. If the other party's name was Lin Xian, then it could only be said that his parents and elders wished for him to be invincible. But if it was a title, then it was completely different. It meant that the other party gave it himself. The other party wanted to walk the path of invincibility. What a joke. He didn't even dare to walk this path. How could he chase away someone who was lower than him? Water Sky City felt humiliated and humiliated. I'll let you know that not everyone deserves to be invincible. Today, you've made a fatal mistake. Aqua Sky City's expression was incomparably cold. Make your move. You only have one chance. Chapter 36:18. Heavens. Shui Tian Chen was serious. That kid was dead. Once Shui Tian Chen was serious, not many of the 8 great sky prides were his match. This should be the result of a one-hit kill. This kid was strong, definitely a sky pride. But unfortunately, he met Shui Tian Chen. Yeah, he was too arrogant, challenging Shui Tian Chen time and time again, and even using the title of invincible. The 8 great sky prides probably would not allow such a person to exist. Whispers could be heard from the surroundings. Those followers were pushed to the back, their eyes filled with excitement. Shui Tian Chen could definitely kill his opponent instantly. Hua Yuke sneered again. Great, this kid is courting death. It would be best if he was killed by his eye technique. Jiang Xiaoyu was also worried because Shui Tian Chen's reputation was too strong. This was especially true when the other party cultivated eye techniques. The eye techniques of the Zishui clan had always been famous in the heavens. Shui Tian Chen was also the most outstanding disciple of the Zishui clan. His eye technique was terrifying. His opponents would usually be killed without knowing what happened. Indeed, there were stars in Shui Tian Chen's eyes. It formed a starry sky, shining with a terrifying light. As his eyes flashed, the surrounding sages were all shocked. Their souls were all shocked, as if they were going to be extinguished. This was just the eye of Shui. These sages could not take it anymore. If he used his full strength, no one would be able to resist him. Nearby, there were a few tall figures. They were all shocked. One of them was. He was tall, like a giant. He was Shi Bufan. At this moment, he could feel the power from the eyes, and his face changed. What a powerful eye technique! This guy had become stronger. Shi Bufan was the third strongest among the 8 great sky prides. His body was strong, especially his terrifying demon rock body. But facing the eye technique attack, he was still shocked. The other person was Wang Xiaofeng. She was also one of the 8 great sky prides, but her face was filled with surprise. Great! Shui Tianchen was one step closer. He should be able to succeed soon. There were also some old experts and eye technique experts who thought they were extraordinary. They had been cultivating eye techniques for thousands of years. But in front of this young man, they felt powerless. They had no chance of winning against Shui Tianchen. Eye technique? Among the people present, the calmest one was Lin Xian. Even he was excited when he sensed the ancient saint aura from the eyes. It just so happens that I've also cultivated a type of eye technique. Why don't we have a competition? What? This kid wanted to compete with Shui Tianchen? The surrounding people were all scared silly. They were all saints and had experienced countless things, but they had never been as thrilling as today. Was this kid retarded? How dare he compete with Shui Tianchen? Tianchen had bloodline. In the eye technique, he was a saint of the older generation. Was not his. As for the brat on the other side, based on the previous battle, he should be the type with a strong physique, similar to Shi Bufan. But now, Shui Tianchen wanted to give up his advantage and compete with his eye technique. Shui Tianchen was stunned. He looked at Shui Tianchen with disdain. Seems like I have overestimated you. An ant. You're just an ant. The reason why the 8 prodigies were so dazzling was not only because of their powerful bloodline, but also because they knew how to make use of their advantages. For example, Shi Bufan would not compete with him in eye technique. Instead, Shi Bufan would use his strong physique to suppress Shui Tianchen. Shui Tianchen had a strong physique, but he did not use it. Is that so? You won't think so soon. My physique is not my only strength. Lin Xian smiled. A hint of golden light appeared in his eyes, and everyone's hearts almost stopped beating at that moment. Their faces turned pale, and they looked terrified. Damn it! What's going on? At that moment, I felt like I had been killed in an instant. That's impossible. Screams were heard. Those who followed him trembled. Shui Tianchen's pupils shrank. This aura, this threat, it's an eye technique. He was familiar with it. He knew that his eyes could make others feel suffocated. However, he had never thought that he would feel the same way from someone else. He raised his head, and the starry sky diagram in his eyes shone brightly. He stared at Shui Tianchen. He saw that Shui Tianchen's eyes had turned golden. Shui Tianchen's eyes were filled with a terrifying aura. Shui Tianchen was an eye technique expert. He had been fooled. Shui Tianchen's expression was solemn. He did not expect to meet an eye technique expert here. What a surprise! The others were in an uproar. It was unbelievable that Shui Tianchen was an eye technique sage. Where did he come from? Lin Wudi. Why had they not heard of him before? Actually, it was normal to think about it. The universe was so vast, and the second astral realm was so vast. Among the thousands of worlds, there were a few hidden monsters. It was normal for people not to know about them. Shui Tianchen was probably here for Wushuang City's test. Everyone knew that the 8 great sky prides were dazzling. However, they were not the strongest in the second astral boundary. After all, there were some people who could not be seen. Shi Sui Tian Qin was one of them. They had thought that Shi Sui Tian Qin was a weakling. However, it seemed like Shi Sui Tian Qin was a hidden dragon. Once he got serious, his power would be shocking. Interesting. The 8 great sky prides had finally met their match. This person's eye technique was too powerful. The older generation was also shocked. They felt their hearts pounding. Wang Xiaofeng was shocked. Unbelievable. What was wrong with him? Where did his golden eyes come from? No matter how hard she thought about it, she had never thought of any ocular technique that was golden in color. Shi Bufan stood in the distance. He saw Lin Xian's reflection in his eyes. He was not an ordinary person. Where did this genius come from? He was interested in Lin Xian's physique. He did not expect Lin Xian to use an eye technique. He was even more shocked. Now I am going to attack. Watch carefully, Lin Xian said coldly. In the next moment, the golden light in his eyes rotated rapidly and formed a strange golden pattern. Suddenly, a golden flame flew out from his eyes and floated forward. There was not much flame. It was pathetically small compared to the 9 suns' divine fire. However, its power was even more terrifying. The moment it came out, the entire world was distorted. The others retreated frantically. If they did not retreat, their souls would be completely ignited and turned into ashes. Chapter 36:19. Terrifying. This kid's eye technique is so violent. Everyone was shocked. Lin Xian was truly one to shock the heavens the moment he moved. The flame shocked everyone. Even Shi Sui Tian Chen's expression changed. His soul was under great threat, and he was almost injured. He gritted his teeth, and his face turned pale. The stars in his eyes flickered as he fought back. Too strong. So strong that it exceeded his expectations. To be honest, he did not take Lin Xian seriously. When he heard that Lin Xian wanted to compete with him, he did not care. But now Lin Xian's eye technique shocked him. Lin Xian's eye technique was not weaker than his. Wang. Not good. Retreat. Because of his carelessness, he was at a disadvantage. He could only retreat. What? Shi Sui Tian Chen retreated. The surrounding people were shocked. They could not believe it. That was Shi Sui Tian Chen, a top expert in the eye technique world. But now he was actually forced to retreat. Furthermore, he was forced to retreat by an eye technique. Could it be that this kid had really reached the level of invincibility? How is this possible? The followers screamed crazily. They could not accept this fact. Wang. Lin Xian's heavenly secret god eyes shone with golden light again. It pierced through the void and shrouded the front. Although Shi Sui Tian Chen had retreated, he was still shrouded by the golden light. In the next moment, a monstrous flame bloomed with terrifying power. Shi Sui Tian Chen's body trembled. His soul was impacted. Damn it! Shi Sui realm. The stars in his eyes shone. Countless rays of starlight burst out. It shrouded him. It was like a mirror, to ward off the terrible flames. Boom! 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 Shi Sui Tian Chen's body was pushed back by the earth-shattering sound. In the end, he managed to block it. The starlight on his body became dim, as if it would be extinguished at any moment. The space between him and Lin Xian became shattered, turning into a piece of chaos. The surrounding people were shocked. What kind of eye technique was that? It was too terrifying. It could even make Shi Sui Tian Chen suffer. Damn kid! How dare you injure me? Shi Sui Tian Chen stood up, gritting his teeth. His eyes glinted coldly. He was truly enraged. No one had ever put him in such a difficult position. Moreover, it was in the eye technique that he was so proud of. On the other side, Lin Xian nodded slightly. Not bad, you have some strength. You were actually able to escape from my eye technique. I have to admit, you do have the right to be called a heaven's favorite. What kind of tone was that? It sounded like an expert commenting on a junior. Sure Sui Tian Chen almost coughed up blood. Kill. With a furious roar, the light in his eyes began to change, turning into a deep blue color. A terrifying aura spread out, and the entire world seemed to have turned into a starry sky. Everyone felt dizzy. They felt as if their souls were about to fall into endless darkness. At that instant, the light in the other party's eyes suddenly burst out, turning into meteors that rapidly appeared. I technique starlight. In an instant, everyone felt as if their souls had fallen. That feeling of loneliness and helplessness almost made them collapse. Although it wasn't as violent as the eye technique's fire, it was still terrifying. If one wasn't careful, they would fall into the cycle of reincarnation. Interesting. Lin Xian was also shocked. His eyelids twitched as he felt a sense of danger coming from his soul. He had to admit that Shui Tian Chen's eye technique was indeed terrifying. However, it was a pity that he had to face Lin Xian. His heavenly secret divine eye was not something that ordinary people could imagine. Hence, he attacked again. The golden light in his eyes formed a strange rune again. Eye technique, spring, and autumn lock. The golden light in Lin Xian's eyes burst out once again. This time he used an illusion technique, spring, and autumn lock. It was a new eye technique that he had developed after his cultivation had increased. It was truly incomparably terrifying, and its might was much stronger than the floating light from before. This eye technique could create an illusion world. People could spend countless years in there, as if they had lived their entire life. If one's soul was weak, they would be lost in there, unable to come out. If one lived for hundreds or thousands of years in there, it would only be a second outside. It was truly terrifying. Hence, when this eye technique was used, the surrounding people screamed. Not good, retreat. Damn it, what was this? They screamed crazily. Some of them were hit and fell to the ground, unconscious. The others closed their eyes, not daring to watch. Spring and autumn lock versus starlight. Both of them belonged to the category of illusions. Even though there was a silent annihilation when they collided, the terrifying collision of lightning was even more frightening. The two eye techniques persisted in the air, but gradually, Shui Tian Chen's body shuddered and he kept retreating. His soul was attacked by the illusion and he was almost lost in it. Fortunately, he was also an expert in eye techniques. With the help of starlight, most of the power of the spring and autumn lock was neutralized. Otherwise, that attack would have locked his soul, and he would never be able to come out again. This was too terrifying. This person's eye technique was not inferior to his. Shui Tian Chen's Heart Sutra was incomparable. Where did this monster come from? Why hadn't he heard of him before? On the other side, Lin Xian was also surprised. The Shui clan had really surprised him. This was the strongest eye technique he had ever seen. You are worthy of my full strength. His body swayed and he quickly attacked. At the same time, he used his eye technique again. The golden light was so dazzling that no one dared to look at it, except for Shui Tianqin. The two kept colliding. Suddenly, Lin Xian formed a seal and the blue tide appeared. Suddenly, a green light appeared in his golden eyes. It was like a green tide, and a terrifying energy surged out. This energy was too terrifying. Shui Tianqin kept retreating and spat out a mouthful of blood. Damn it, this eye technique. He realized that this eye technique was completely different from the spring and autumn lock. It was also different from the golden flames. This was another eye technique attack. It was too strong. It used the stacking of the soul to hurt the opponent. How many eye techniques did the opponent have? He was shocked. In the next moment, his body stiffened because his soul was hurt by the blue tide. So he did not hold on. He was pulled into the illusion by the spring and autumn lock. Buzz! He realized that the scene around him had changed. He appeared in a strange space. A small village appeared around him. Smoke rose Birds chirped and flowers bloomed. His body became smaller and younger. In the end, he became a baby in the arms of a woman. No, this was not real. Everything was an illusion. Shi Sui Tian Qin struggled frantically. I don't believe it. Destroy. However, this illusion world was too real. Although Shi Sui Tian Qin did not believe it, but in his subconscious it had been corroded. So he was still a baby. Gradually he was raised bit by bit. Then he really lost himself. Chapter 36:20. Shi Sui Tian Qin turned into a young man. Learning from the teachers of the village, he was very happy. Then one day, a group of bandits rushed into their village and started a massacre. Everyone had been killed except for him. He roared madly, his heart aching in despair. He was forced to join the bandits, enduring hardships. 5 years later, he became a young man and learned a lot of martial arts. Finally, he killed all the bandits. Then he traveled the world with his sword. He met another young girl. He made her fall in love. They got married and had a child. Then the child grew up. He grew older day by day. His wife passed away. And finally, he had one foot in the grave, a candle in the wind. Suddenly, his eyes turned cold. I am Shi Sui Tian Qin. I will not die. With a roar, his hair once again turned from white to black, and his shriveled face also became rosy. In the next moment, he turned into a handsome young man, roaring at the sky. This is an illusion. I will not die. Is that so? A pair of golden eyes appeared in the sky. Do you really think this is an illusion? This is your first spring and autumn. Next, the second spring and autumn. Wang. Shi Sui Tian Qin found himself shrinking again. He turned into a baby, but this time he was not in a village. He was born in a rich family. I will not accept this. Shi Sui Tian Qin wanted to go crazy, but he was guided by a mysterious force. He lost himself again. Another time passed, and another time passed. No one knew how many lifetimes had passed, but Shi Sui Tian Qin had completely fallen. He couldn't remember who he was anymore. Just like that, he was reincarnated in it for life after life. The people outside were stunned. They saw Shi Sui Tian Qin standing there, crying, laughing, and going crazy. It was as if he had turned into a group of idiots. What happened? They opened their eyes wide in disbelief. Did Shi Sui Tian Qin become crazy? Or was he hit by an eye technique? Thinking of this possibility, they all gasped. Shi Sui Tian Qin was also hit by an eye technique? That was unbelievable. Shi Sui, wake up! Finally, Wang Xiaofeng could not take it anymore. She jumped out. She did not care about winning or losing. His body exuded a terrifying icy aura as he slapped towards Shi Sui Tian Qin. A terrifying frost spread out, covering Shi Sui Tian Qin's body. The terrifying frost laws penetrated deep into his bones. Shi Sui Tian Qin fell to the ground. The next moment he regained his senses. With a cry, he spat out a mouthful of blood and fell to the ground. Shi Sui, are you all right? Wang Xiaofeng was extremely nervous. His followers also surrounded him. Shi Sui Tian Qin was lying on the ground with blood flowing from his body. His eyes were empty, and the star formation in his eyes dimmed. 73 cycles of reincarnation. 73 spring and autumn cycles. I've actually sunk into oblivion. I've lost. I've completely lost. Shi Sui Tian Qin's eyes were suddenly filled with tears. He was a member of the Stillwater clan and had received a lot of attention since he was a child because of his extraordinary bloodline. His eye techniques had been outstanding since he was young, and he was considered by the clan to be the most promising person to surpass their ancestor. In the end, reality proved that he was indeed very strong. He advanced by leaps and bounds all the way until he finally stood at his current position. He was one of the 8 geniuses, but now he had been defeated. He had been defeated by an unfamiliar young man. His opponent's eye technique had sunk him into oblivion. If it were not for Wang Xiaofeng's reckless use of the ice law to awaken him, he would probably still be in the cycle of reincarnation. Who are you? Who the hell are you? Wang Xiaofeng raised her head and screamed in a frenzy. She had never seen Shui Tianchen in such a sorry state. Me. I've already said that my name is Lin Wudi. Lin Xian stood with his hands on the table. His expression was unprecedentedly serious. You're already a top soul expert to be able to withstand my attacks for 73 cycles without dying. Lin Xian nodded slightly, acknowledging Shui Tianchen's strength. But Shui Tianchen could not accept it. Why would he need the approval of someone younger than him? What a joke! But he could not refute it, because Lin Wudi had the strength to look down on him. The surrounding people swallowed their saliva madly. The scene before them was something that they had never imagined in their entire lives. Lin Wudi. They kept repeating the name. Previously, their faces were full of disdain, but now their faces were full of fear. It wouldn't be long before this name would resound throughout the world, and it would resound throughout the myriad realms. It seemed like the 8 geniuses had found their match. They used to think that Wushuang City was the most likely candidate to become the champion. But now, it seemed like there would be new geniuses coming in from the outside. And this was just the beginning. Who knew if there would be other experts coming across the world? Carry Shui down to rest, Wang Xiaofeng said coldly. Her followers quickly carried Shui Tianchen down and took good care of him. The scene was eerily silent. No one dared to say anything. Lin Xian stood in front of Luotian Mountain with his hands behind his back, looking lonely. He looked like a lonely expert. At this moment, Wang Xiaofeng stood up. That move just now, was it called locking spring in autumn? That's right. Lin Xian nodded. Why? You want to avenge him and try the power of locking spring in autumn? You can't block it. After saying that, he shook his head again. Wang Xiaofeng snorted. I naturally know that I can't block your eye technique. But do you dare to compete with me in other aspects? For example, without using eye techniques, let's compete in laws. When this was said, the crowd was in an uproar. They did not expect Wang Xiaofeng to attack. Someone said that it was rumored that Wang Xiaofeng had a crush on Shui Tianchen. They thought it was just a rumor, but now it seemed like it was possible. This kid defeated Shui Tianchen and also angered Wang Xiaofeng. Wang Xiaofeng was also one of the 8 geniuses. If they did not compete in eye techniques, would that kid dare to accept the challenge? He probably wouldn't dare. He should be an eye technique expert. His laws shouldn't be that strong. After all, a person's energy was limited. It was impossible to be strong in every aspect. This was the consensus of everyone. For example, Shui Tianchen's eye technique was strong, but his physique was not strong. As for Wang Xiaofeng, she did not know eye techniques, but her laws were extremely terrifying. Now that she wanted to compete in laws with him, wasn't this a little bullying? They guessed that Lin Xian would not agree. However, to their surprise, Lin Xian actually nodded slightly. Compete in laws? Sure, I accept your challenge. Heavens, he actually agreed. How was this possible? Those people felt that they had gone crazy. This was too inconceivable, completely out of their expectations. Chapter 36:21. Was he really going to compete in laws? Everyone felt like they were going crazy. They didn't expect Lin Xian to really fight. Wasn't this kid too arrogant? Yes, if he used his eye technique against Wang Xiaofeng, he would definitely win. But now he really didn't have much of a chance of winning in just laws. Sure enough, Wang Xiaofeng's lips curled up into a smile. Looks like you still don't know the immensity of heaven and earth. You think your eye technique is strong, but other things are strong? Today, I'll show you who's king in the domain of laws. Saying that, she released a terrifying aura. Blue frost quickly spread. An entire world turned into a world of ice. Everyone shivered from the cold. Even if they were saints, they couldn't withstand Wang Xiaofeng's ice laws. They didn't know what kind of laws that kid was using. Everyone retreated and used their saint domains to defend. At the same time, they were puzzled. They had already seen Lin Xian's eye technique and his strong physique. but they hadn't seen Lin Xian's laws. Therefore, they were very curious about what kind of law Lin Xian's law was. Facing such a terrifying ice law, Lin Xian's expression was incomparably calm. To be honest, this law could be blocked by his divine body, but he said that this time they wouldn't compete in anything else but laws. So, with a wave of his hand, boundless laws flew out and jumped between heaven and earth. Flame fragments danced and bloomed, blocking the ice in front of them. Everyone sucked in a breath of cold air. This was the law of fire. This kid was a fire elemental saint. No wonder he dared to accept the challenge. Ice and fire were two completely opposite laws. It just depended on which one was stronger. Fire laws? You think you can restrain me? Wang Xiaofeng snorted coldly, and the laws on her body became even brighter. There were even blue lines all over her body. It was like a dream, causing the power of the laws to skyrocket. Not good, its bloodline power. This Wang Xiaofeng was really angry. He used his bloodline power right from the start. He was going to take revenge on Water Sky City. That's right. As a prodigy of the Ice Beauty race, Wang Xiaofeng's bloodline naturally contained the aura of ice. Hence, at this moment, the power of her bloodline combined with the law of ice caused the power of her ice to multiply. The surrounding sages trembled as if they were about to be frozen. Even their souls had become numb. Whoosh! The frightening law of ice, combined with the power of his bloodline, turned into a storm that swept forward. In an instant, those flames were completely frozen into ice cubes and fell to the ground. Seeing this scene, Wang Xiaofeng shouted, "Let's see how you're going to fight this time. It's over. That brat can't block it at all." That's right. How could the power of his flames withstand the frost laws? Had the power of the ice increased? Lin Xian's face was filled with astonishment as he looked at the countless layers of frost surrounding him. That was interesting. He smiled faintly and waved his hand. Immediately, the flames began to flicker once more. This time, it wasn't a simple flame. Instead, it turned into a 5-colored light. The law of 5 elements had completely come out. As soon as the law of 5 elements appeared, it carried the power of mutual promotion and suppression. It formed a 5-colored circle that surrounded Lin Xian. The surrounding ice could no longer move forward. What's going on? Why did the ice stop? What did that brat use? 5-colored light. Could it be that he used a Dharma treasure? No way. Isn't that equivalent to breaking the rules? Everyone was discussing animatedly. However, one of the sages exclaimed, "That wasn't a Dharma treasure of the 5 elements, but the law of 5 elements." This brat actually comprehended the law of 5 elements. What? He comprehended the law of 5 elements? The surrounding people were all stunned. They didn't expect that Lin Xian actually comprehended such a mixed law. One had to know that this was really unbelievable. In the case of Class 1, it was very normal to comprehend multiple laws. There were very few people like Wang Xiaofeng who only comprehended the law of ice. However, once they cultivated it, they would be very powerful. Other ordinary saints would comprehend a few types of laws, but these few types of laws existed independently. For Lin Xian, the law of 5 elements was a mixed law because it could combine the 5 elements into one. In addition, there were also the law of yin and yang and so on. All of them complemented each other, and their combined might was definitely much more terrifying than the combined might of the other individual laws. However, it was also much more difficult to cultivate it. Very few people could cultivate it. They didn't expect that now the other party had actually cultivated such a mixed law. This was really unbelievable. First, this brat had a super powerful eye technique, and then he actually had the law of 5 elements. How did he do it? Could it be that he wasn't a young man, but an old monster who had lived for 5,000 to 6,000 years? Wang Xiaofeng was also stunned. The law of 5 elements. Her expression became incomparably ugly. If the other party had the law of fire, then she was 100% confident of winning. However, the law of 5 elements was not necessarily so. Wang Xiaofeng made a certain decision. So what if it was the law of 5 elements? This time, I will definitely defeat you and take revenge for Shishui. There was a hint of coldness on her white, jade-like face. In the next moment, the ice in her body erupted again. Xianming Ice Domain. These ice laws formed a small world, directly enveloping Lin Xian completely. Moreover, a cold voice was heard. This is my world. In my domain, I can control everything at will. Today, I will freeze you. As her voice fell, a monstrous wave of ice swept over. Was this Wang Xiaofeng's sacred domain? It seemed like she was really going to go all out. The people outside were extremely shocked. In the sacred domain, Lin Xian's expression was solemn. Had she already taken out her sacred domain? Then he would fight with all his strength. Buzz! Buzz! He stretched out his palm, and the law of 5 elements quickly revolved in his hand, forming a law sword. A terrifying aura emanated from the sword of laws. Not good. Wang Xiaofeng's expression changed instantly. This aura was too great a threat to her, so she roared and pushed with her jade-like hand. A storm, with the law, rushed over like an ice phoenix. This attack was really too terrifying. The surrounding sages were so scared that they almost fainted. They couldn't block this ice power at all. They would probably be frozen to death in an instant. Even Shi Bufan in the distance was shocked. This Wang Xiaofeng was even more powerful than he had imagined. It seemed that during this period of time, her strength should have increased. He wondered how that kid was going to fight against her. This was also the thought of the others. They all wanted to see if Lin Xian would be frozen, or was he going to prepare for a desperate counterattack? Suddenly, their souls trembled, and a sword cry sounded. Then a 5-colored light erupted, and the Xianming ice domain instantly shook violently. Boom! Between heaven and earth, thousands of thunder roared, and then a terrifying light erupted. Everyone couldn't open their eyes at all. Damn it, what happened? They couldn't look directly at that light at all, and could only retreat quickly while roaring. In the next moment, there was a loud sound, and the light that filled the sky disappeared. They suddenly raised their heads and looked in front of them. They were dumbfounded. The Xianming ice domain in front of them was actually split in half, and the huge crack carried a terrifying power. It danced in the sky. It made their scalps tingle. What did that kid use just now? He actually split the sacred domain. Chapter 36:22. Wang Xiaofeng's delicate body trembled slightly, and her face became incomparably pale without a trace of blood. In the end, she sighed, and her expression was incomparably lonely. I lost. Although it was only 3 words, it was like a huge mountain pressing down on her heart. She had never thought that she would lose to him in a contest of laws. The other party's 5 elemental laws were really too strong. What? Wang Xiaofeng actually took the initiative to admit defeat. It seemed that the other party's 5 elemental laws were really powerful to the extreme. Everyone exclaimed. Lin Wuyi was really too heaven-defying. No wonder he dared to use the title of invincible. The surrounding people were incomparably excited, as if they were injected with chicken blood. They originally came to see the 8 great prodigies, but they didn't expect to see another peerless prodigy who was slowly rising. Thank you. Lin Xian nodded slightly. Who else is going to make a move? He looked around in all directions. Everyone was silent. Shui Tianqing had bowed, and Wang Xiaofeng had also bowed. 2 of the 8 great prodigies had lost to him. Who else dared to make a move? I'll do it. At this moment, a loud and clear voice rang out. Then, the sky began to tremble in all directions. A demon-like figure stood out. Everyone swallowed their saliva. Shi Bufan. Heavens, is he going to make a move too? He was an existence that could be ranked 3rd among the 8 great prodigies. The fact that he could suppress Shui Tianqing was enough to show that he was extraordinary. Shi Bufan's physique is strong, and his strength is boundless. He has the demonic rock body. I wonder what he's going to compete with the other party. Lin Xian also looked up. Sure, Bufan? He narrowed his eyes. It seems that you're going to compete with me in terms of physique. That's right. Sure, Bufan nodded. I saw that your physique is not bad just now. Do you dare to compete with me once? Let's not use techniques, laws, or weapons. We'll use pure physical strength to duel. As soon as these words came out, the crowd was in an uproar. Competing in physical strength? Isn't this bullying? Everyone knew that Sher Bufan had the demonic rock body. Who could resist such a famous physique? Even if this kid's physique is extraordinary, he probably can't withstand it. However, Lin Xian nodded. Let's compete in physique, then. Damn, this world is too crazy. Everyone was speechless. Could it be that this guy was also incomparably confident in his own physique? If that was really the case, then this person was really too heaven-defying. Super powerful eye techniques, terrifying laws, and a heaven-defying physique. Who could contend against such a person? Sher Bufan laughed heartily at Lin Xian's boldness. Kid, I won't bully you. Let's exchange 3 moves. 3 moves to determine the victor. How about that? Very good. I also like to end things quickly. Lin Xian revealed a smile. You make the first move. Let me see if your physique is worthy of me making a move. Sher Bufan released a terrifying light. With a loud shout, he stomped his foot, causing the mountains to crumble and the earth to crack. Terrifying devil rock patterns appeared on his body. What kind of pressure was this? It was unknown how many tens of thousands of miles it had spread. Everyone's breathing became irregular. Those saints could not resist at all. That was merely the power of his physical body. If they were to be hit by such a physique, they would instantly turn into a bloody mist. Then I won't stand on ceremony. Lin Xian's eyes also erupted with a piercing cold light. In the next moment, countless golden patterns appeared on his body, densely packed. At this moment, he had transformed into a golden god of war. He clenched his right fist and swept it out. Boom! His fist seemed to have transformed into a sun, bringing with it incomparable power. He pushed it out towards Sher Bufan. Wherever it passed, it crushed the heavens. Boom! The fist landed on Sher Bufan's body, and an earth-shattering sound was heard. Countless large cracks spread, and Sher Bufan was instantly sent flying, crashing into the mountain range in the distance. He smashed hundreds of mountains in a row before he stopped and fell into a pile of ruins. The surrounding sages all opened their mouths and eyes wide, unable to believe what they were seeing. After a long time, someone screamed while trembling. The others were in an uproar. Did this punch directly send Sher Bufan flying? His physique was a little too ridiculously strong. It was nothing if he was only sent flying, but if he could be injured, that would be heaven-defying. Ah! There was a crazy roar, and millions of mountain ranges trembled as the mountains collapsed. Sher Bufan rushed out and stood in the void. Demonic patterns flashed on his body, and his killing intent was monstrous. At this moment, his hair was disheveled, and he seemed to have gone crazy. Look at his arm. The saints below looked at the sky and screamed. They saw that Sher Bufan's arm had been blown up, and there were many cracks on it that had yet to heal. He had really hurt Bufan. At this moment, everyone was completely dumbfounded. Sher Bufan was also stunned. To be honest, he did not expect such a scene at all. Previously, he saw that Lin Xian's physique was not bad, and he was interested, so he wanted to test it out. However, he did not think that Lin Xian could compete with his physique, because Lin Xian had already displayed his eye techniques and laws. Lin Xian's physique was definitely not the best. Therefore, he did not care about it before. In terms of physique, he did not think that he would lose to anyone. However, that punch just now had made him feel despair. His confidence had been shattered. He could not believe what kind of punch it was, and he had never seen it before. What kind of physique do you have? Sher Bufan asked in a deep voice. Lin Xian smiled mysteriously. Beat me, and I'll tell you. Sherbuffon tried his best to take a deep breath, but his hands were still trembling slightly. The punch just now had injured him, and he could no longer display his peak strength. Therefore, he said, I was careless. I was careless this time, and your move just now injured me. I can't display 100% of my strength now, so I won't fight again. What? Is Sherbuffon admitting defeat? Oh my God! Did he defeat Sherbuffon with a single punch? Everyone was going crazy. What kind of monster is he? Is he going to defeat the 8 great Sky Prides directly? Although I lost to you this time, I will definitely win at the Wushuang Sacred City's assessment. I will prove my strength to you, Sherbuffon said in a deep voice. I'll be waiting for you at the Wushuang Sacred City's assessment. Buzz! Sherbuffon turned around and strode away, disappearing in an instant. In addition, Wang Xiaofeng, Shui Tiancheng, and the others had also left. They had all been injured in this competition, and they had to hurry up and recover. After all, the Wushuang Sacred City's assessment was very close, and they had to face it in their peak state. Next, Lin Xian meditated in the God-slaying mountain. He set up an array to isolate everyone. The people around him did not disperse, but waited there excitedly. Seeing a peerless genius rise, they naturally had to pay their respects to him. However, after waiting for a few days and nights, the array disappeared, and so did Lin Xian. Did he leave? Everyone was disappointed. They did not expect him to leave directly. He's called Invincible Lin, but what's his real name? Which world is he from? Which sect or family is he from? They all felt that they were going crazy. That was because they knew nothing about him other than the name Invincible Lin. However, some people said that he would probably participate in the Wushuang Sacred City's assessment, and they would be able to see him again. Chapter 36:23. The martial arts tournament was still going on, but everyone felt that it was meaningless because the other geniuses who came were all defeated by Lin Xian. Lin Xian had already left. However, the news spread and soon swept across the entire Fian planet. For a moment, countless people were talking about it. Have you heard? At the martial arts tournament, a ruthless person appeared and defeated 3 geniuses. So what if he defeated 3 geniuses? As long as he wasn't one of the 8 geniuses, it was fine. Some people were disdainful. There were too many geniuses these days, and only the top geniuses would attract attention. However, someone said that it was 3 of the 8 geniuses. Sherbuffon, Wang Xiaofeng, Shui, and Tianchen were all defeated by the same person. What? That's impossible. Who is it? I know. It must be the second-ranked Ghostly or the first-ranked Dealing. You guessed wrong. This person is a newcomer who has never appeared before. A newcomer? How is that possible? How can there be such a heaven-defying genius in the world? Who do you think he is? His name is Lin Wuti. What? He's so arrogant that he dares to call himself invincible. He does have the ability to do so. Discussions quickly spread around the world. For a moment, the legend of Lin Xian was everywhere. In just one day, the name Lin Wuti had been completely spread across the Fian planet. Almost everyone knew about it, but very few people had seen Lin Xian before. They only knew that he was one of them. However, that didn't stop them from admiring him. Previously, the 8 geniuses were on par with the world and countless people looked up to them. Now that someone could challenge the 8 geniuses, it was definitely the most shocking thing for them. The other geniuses of the 8 geniuses were also surprised when they heard the news. They didn't believe it at all. Some even went to the martial arts tournament personally to ask about it. In a hall, a tall and sturdy man was sitting. He was Dealing. After hearing the news, he sneered. Lin Wuti? He really doesn't know what's good for him. Even I don't dare to call myself invincible. Who is he to call himself invincible? Also, Shui, Tianchen, and the others are too useless. They actually lost to a newcomer. They don't deserve to be on par with me as the 8 geniuses, because in this world, I am the only one who is the most favored one. Di Ling was extremely confident in himself. Lin Wuti didn't care about this newly risen Lin Wuti at all. In his opinion, if Lin Wuti had not met him, he would have gone to hell long ago. On the other side, Yu Shijie and the others frowned when they heard the news. Yu Shijie, in particular, had a serious look in her eyes. "Sister, what's wrong with you?" Yu Qianye, who was at the side, did not understand. He had never seen his sister with such an expression before. Yu Shijie whispered, "Invincible, Lin? Impossible. How could this be? How could he have such strength? What do you know, Lin Wuti?" Yu Qianye was surprised as well. He was also paying special attention to this newly risen, peak-level genius. "Do you still remember the person who sent me back?" "I know. You're talking about that kid. Why? Did he approach you again recently? He'd better not let me meet him. Otherwise, I will definitely tear him to pieces." A cold-killing intent appeared in Yu Qianye's eyes. Yu Shijie shook her head. "He didn't come. I mean, his nickname is also Lin Wuti. Do you think the two of them are the same person?" "What? That kid dared to call himself Lin Wuti?" Yu Qianye was stunned. Then he laughed out loud, his eyes full of disdain. "How could it be the same person? What right does that kid have to call me Lin Wuti?" But he was really strong, especially when he was in the first astral realm. Almost no one in the younger generation was a match for him. "Sister, you're too worried. You also said that when he was in the first astral realm he could show off. But this was the second astral realm. It was not something the first astral realm could compare to. Any one of the geniuses here could sweep through the first astral realm. Therefore, that kid couldn't do anything here at all. Not to mention defeating the 8 geniuses. He and Lin Wuti were not the same person at all. Maybe." Yu Shijie took a deep breath. Indeed, she did not believe it either. But why did she not know? She had a bad premonition in her heart. Maybe it's because Wushuang City's assessment is getting closer and closer that I have this pressure. He shook his head and tried to get rid of the distracting thoughts in his heart. The world was full of legends about Lin Wuti. Lin Xian had already returned to Luohua Valley. At this moment, Shen Jingqiu was still in seclusion. Lin Xian had also started to adjust his state of mind, preparing to be in his best state for the assessment. Spirit tribe. In the myriad worlds, there was a very special tribe. Their use of the power of heaven and earth was far superior to other tribes. At this moment, a group of people flew over from a spiritual boat. After they alighted, they could not wait to fly to the core of the spirit tribe. These people were Ling Lianhua and the others. They had rushed back from Fian Star to complain about Xinjingqiu. 13th Elder, where's the old ancestor? I have something to ask the old ancestor. Ling Lianhua and the others quickly rushed to the core area. In front, an elder said, "Lianhua, why are you all back? What happened?" It was about the saintess. She had caused a big trouble. This matter had to be reported to the old ancestor. What happened to Qiu? Could it be that she was in danger? The 13th elder was nervous. Shen Jingqiu was the saintess of the spirit tribe. They could not allow anything to happen to her. What could happen to her? It's just that she has grown stronger and her wings have hardened. She doesn't care about the spirit tribe anymore. Ling Lianhua snorted. The 13th elder frowned. "Lianhua, you can't have this attitude. Qiu is our saintess and a member of the spirit tribe. You can't say such things in the future. 13th elder, you're still thinking about her even now. Do you know that she found a trash of a husband outside? Everyone already knows about it. The entire Fian Star knows about it. Isn't this ruining the reputation of the spirit tribe?" "What? There's such a thing?" The 13th elder's face changed. If that was the case, then the matter was serious. "Follow me." As he spoke, he turned around and led the group towards the core area. After half a day, many people gathered beside a lake in the core area. These were all elders with high authority. They were all gathered around a woman. The lady looked to be in her 30s. She was beautiful and had a special aura. She was like a high and mighty goddess. She was not a young person. She was an old monster who had fallen for countless years. She was the ancestor of the spirit tribe and the current leader of the spirit tribe. At this moment, when she heard the news from Ling Lianhua and the others, she raised her eyebrows. "What you said, is it true?" The lady asked in a deep voice. "Leader, it's true. The entire Fian Star knows about it. We saw it with our own eyes. You said that the lad is useless?" The elders beside her asked impatiently. Their faces were gloomy. Ling Lianhua and the others added fuel to the fire. "Yes, he is indeed useless. He's just a second heaven sage. Moreover, he came from the first astral realm. How is he different from a country bumpkin? How can he be worthy of our saintess?" Indeed, these elders were gloomy. They did not think that the lad was worthy of the saintess. They agreed with Ling Lianhua. Chapter 36:24. Clan leader, Chiu-Er is too naive. She might have been deceived. Yes, we have to send someone to bring Chiu-Er back. Otherwise, there will be even more trouble. The few elders said quickly. The spirit tribe was huge, and it was divided into many factions. Hence, the factions were complicated. For example, these elders were from the Spirit Lotus faction. They were definitely not convinced that Shinjingqiu was the Holy Lady. However, they did not dare to say anything because of the clan leader. Now that something like this had happened, they could naturally do something behind the scenes. The girl's eyes flickered. Chiu might be naive, but she was not stupid. This little girl is very smart. She has never disappointed us in anything she has done. Do you think she would make a mistake in her judgment? Although that was the case, Chiu-Er was still too inexperienced. She might have been drugged by an eye technique or some other ability. She might have lost her mind. In any case, we have to bring Chiu-Er back. The few elders insisted. Some elders objected. You all know that Chiu-Er also came from the Starry Sky ancient path. She also came from the first star realm. She must have some friends in the first star realm. Maybe this person was her former friend? Even if he is a friend, he should not be her husband. Friends and husbands are two different concepts. So what if she has friends? She is already part of the spirit tribe. She should draw a clear line with the past. Not everyone can be friends with the Holy Lady of the spirit tribe. All right, stop making wild guesses. Send someone to bring Chiu-Er back. Let her explain herself. However, you all have to be careful. Chiu-Er is going to take part in Wushuang City's test. Nothing can happen to her. I will send someone to bring the Holy Lady back. The 13th elder said quickly before he went to make preparations. Oh yes, there has been a lot of talk about Lin Wudi. Have you all heard? Master, are you talking about Lin Wudi? We've heard that he's really a young genius. It is said that the first time he showed his talent was at the martial way competition. He defeated 3 heavenly prides consecutively and shocked all the saints. It is not just that. It is said that he defeated Water Sky City with his eye technique and Wang Xiaofeng with his nomological laws. He defeated Shibu Fan with his physique. This was simply the strongest domain of the 3 great geniuses. He had defeated them. This could no longer be described as a genius. He was a monster, a rare monster in the world. This person would also participate in Wushuang City's assessment. He would be the Holy Maiden's greatest enemy. If the Saintess wasn't going to win the championship, there shouldn't be too much conflict between them. Another elder said. Beside him, Lianhua and the others were also shocked. After they came out of the falling flower valley, they immediately returned. They didn't know what happened during that time. Who would have thought that after they left, such a huge incident would happen on the flying sparrow planet? A peerless genius would appear out of nowhere. This Lin Wudi must be a peerless hero. Between him and Di Ling, who was stronger? If she could marry such a man, then her life would be worth it. These people's faces were filled with envy. The leader of the spirit clan snorted. It was normal for 1 or 2 geniuses to be hidden in the universe. You don't have to be too surprised. Moreover, I'm guessing that there will be other monstrous geniuses in Wushuang City's assessment. Let's just wait and see. However, no matter what, he had to ensure that Chiu successfully joined Peerless City. Hearing this, the rest of them were also serious. Indeed, although the Spirit Clan was strong, they were still lacking compared to Wushuang City. If they wanted to develop further, they had to rely on the power of the Holy City. The rest of you can leave now, the leader of the Spirit Clan said. The elders left one after another. Ling Lianhua and the others also left the core area. At this moment, a girl asked, Sister Lianhua, "Do you think the clan will punish Xin Jingqiu?" "That's right. What if she insists on not acknowledging us?" Ling Lianhua sneered. She looked around and didn't say anything. She just waved her hand. The group of people flew quickly. After flying for about an hour, they stopped and arrived at a palace. Ling Lianhua set up a defensive array and said softly, "What's there to be afraid of? Anyway, we're telling the truth. The clan can easily find out about this. Moreover, do you think they'll be safe? Sister Lianhua, are you thinking of attacking the Holy Maiden? We can't beat her." The surrounding disciples of the spiritual tribe frowned. Ling Lianhua sneered, "I'm not that stupid. I won't do it myself. However, I heard that the pretty boy has enmity with the Rain Clan. It seems that he wanted to get close to Yu Shirchia. Later, he was discovered by the Rain Clan and was chased out. That guy is too hateful. He's a toad that wants to eat swan meat. First, he wanted to get Yu Shirchia. Now he wants to get our Holy Maiden. These people are gnashing their teeth." Ling Lianhua smiled. "So, I secretly told the young master of the Rain Clan that the kid is in the Falling Flower Valley. As for what happens next, it's none of our business. However, I think the young master of the Rain Clan won't let that kid go." Hearing this, the surrounding people also laughed. It seemed that the gigolo was definitely going to die. After he died, Xin Jingqiu and the young master of the Rain Clan would have a conflict. It would be best if both sides died together. At that time, we'll just reap the benefits. Ling Lianhua sneered. Falling Flower Valley. After Lin Xian returned, he began to adjust his state. However, on this day he frowned. The surroundings of the Falling Flower Valley changed. A lot of fog appeared. It wasn't the fog of death, but another kind of fog. It seemed to separate the entire Falling Flower Valley. There was a problem. Lin Xian instantly became cautious. It seemed that someone was going to attack him. Sure enough, when the fog separated the Falling Flower Valley, a few figures appeared in the sky. One of them glanced at Lin Xian and said, "That's right, it's this kid. Do it." A cold voice sounded. In the sky, there was a muffled thunder. Then, the void split open and slashed towards Lin Xian. Lin Xian's expression changed. All the hair on his body stood up. This attack made him feel a great threat. Therefore, he didn't hesitate and directly used his spatial divine ability to tear open the void and quickly escape. Boom! A terrifying sound rang out. The place where Lin Xian was originally standing was shattered and turned into chaos. He actually dodged. This kid's movement technique. It was really strange. The three figures in the sky descended. They frowned. Chapter 36:25. Who are you? Who sent you here? Lin Xian asked coldly. You won't have the chance to know. If you want to know, go to hell and ask the King of Hell. The middle-aged man in the lead sneered. Behind him were two old men, an old man and an old woman. Both of them had murderous intent in their eyes. The three of them were very powerful. At this moment, they were dealing with a second heaven sage together. It was a situation where death was certain. Buzz! Lin Xian suddenly used his spatial ability and came in front of the old man, punching out. The terrifying fist carried an unparalleled aura. You're courting death. The old man was furious. How dare the other party take the initiative to attack him? He roared and smashed out the dragon-headed cane in his hand with monstrous laws. Boom! The two collided and the mountain collapsed. The old man was sent flying. The dragon-headed cane in his hand was smashed and half of his body turned into a bloody mist. This shocking scene made the other two people's expressions change drastically. Wasn't this kid too evil? Let's attack together and kill him. The middle-aged man in the lead shouted angrily. The old woman beside him also had a piercing light in her eyes. He held a golden hairpin in his hand that transformed into monstrous flames. A killing sword appeared in the middle-aged man's hand. Powerful murderous intent filled the entire world. The last old man roared and his shattered body reassembled. His eyes were filled with anger as he stared at Lin Xian. The three sages attacked together and their power was terrifying. Lin Xian did not resist but kept dodging. He tore the void and shuttled between heaven and earth. If our intelligence is correct, there is a woman in the Luohua Valley who is cultivating. Capture that woman, and this kid will be captured. The middle-aged man sneered. Suddenly, the old man turned into a meteor and flew into the depths of the valley like a dragon. How dare you? Lin Xian was furious. He roared and a golden hand descended from the sky, cutting off the heavenly road. Humph, it seems that there is someone inside. After the old man was stopped, he laughed instead of being angry. The old woman and middle-aged man also prepared to break out of the encirclement. As long as they could capture the person inside, the other side would definitely hold back. Lin Xian executed the Kuan Peng movement technique and leaped past the three of them, arriving opposite of them. With a swipe of his palm, a sword chi shattered the void. Those who cross the line will die. Kid, you think you can threaten us? He really overestimated himself. We came here this time to kill you. Wang. After saying that, the middle-aged man waved his hand and took out a dazzling bead. The moment the bead appeared, the entire world froze. Lin Xian also felt his body stiffen. The surrounding void seemed to have solidified, giving him a strong pressure. What was that? His face was filled with shock. Kid, aren't you good at running? Why don't you try running again? The three people opposite him laughed heartily. With the mind fixation pearl, it could stabilize the universe. No matter how fast you were, what could you do? Mind fixation pearl. Lin Xian's face turned cold. Black Mountain said, "It should be a sage artifact that is used to seal the void." So that's how it is. Lin Xian understood. It seemed like these people didn't suddenly come up with this idea. They had been planning this for a long time to kill him. He didn't know where these people had come from. Capture the woman inside. I want to see this kid's expression of despair. The middle-aged man laughed sinisterly. The old man with the dragon-headed walking stick laughed and walked into the valley. When he came to Lin Xian's side, he mocked him. Kid, aren't you very powerful? In a moment, I'll let you watch your woman die in our hands. I'll let you have a taste of a life worse than death. Damn it! Lin Xian roared furiously, and his eyes shone with a cold light. Black Mountain, do you have a way to teleport all of us outside? Fighting here is too much of a threat to Chiu. His opponents were three very powerful sages, and they even had sage artifacts. If he fought against them, the valley would be destroyed. In this way, Chiu would definitely be affected during her cultivation. Black Mountain said, "No problem. I've already set up a formation in this valley. Watch me." As he spoke, he formed a seal with his palm. An entire valley shone brightly. The sky and earth spun, and everyone was teleported out. In the blink of an eye, they were in outer space. What's going on? The old man was stunned. He had almost reached the depths of the valley, but he didn't expect to be teleported away. The middle-aged man and the old woman were also astonished. After that, they thought of the formation, and it was a teleportation formation. Damn it, I was too careless. I didn't expect there to be such a thing in the valley. Let's kill our way back, the old man suggested. The middle-aged man shook his head and laughed coldly. No, our main target is this kid. Let's get rid of him first. Kid, do you think you can move freely just because you're in outer space? The soul-fixing pearl was useful no matter where it was. He waved his hand, and the pearl spun and floated in the sky again. Suddenly, the void froze again. Lin Xian felt as if 10,000 mountains were pressing down on him, and he couldn't move at all. He couldn't even use his spatial abilities. When they saw Lin Xian in this state, the three of them laughed heartily and walked over again. Come on, each of you can think of 100 ways to torture him. We can't let him die so easily. The three of them laughed sinisterly as they walked over. Lin Xian's expression was cold. When the three of them came closer, he laughed coldly. Are you sure you want to defeat me? Do you really think I can't resist? Do you think you can resist? The three of them were stunned. After that, they sneered coldly. Kid, to be honest, even a fourth heaven sage can't do anything to the concentration pearl. A fifth heaven sage might not even be able to escape. You're just a second heaven sage? Dream on. Their faces were full of disdain. However, after that, their expressions changed. A terrifying light suddenly burst out from Lin Xian's body. A pagoda rushed out, and the sound of heaven and earth shattering could be heard. Countless cracks appeared in the space. The space sealed by the concentration pearl was directly shattered. How is this possible? The three of them were stunned as if they had seen a ghost. The other party actually broke the concentration pearl. This was unbelievable. What is the concentration pearl? Very powerful. You want to kill me with just the three of you? Do you have the strength? Lin Xian sneered. He took out the Grand Sage Pagoda and swept it in all directions. The three sages vomited blood and flew backward. Their bodies were blown apart, and their faces were filled with fear. Run! The other party also had a sage artifact, and it was an extremely terrifying one. They couldn't fight against it at all. Damn it, they cursed in their hearts. Their intelligence was wrong. They didn't know that the other party had such a trump card. Otherwise, they wouldn't have accepted this assassination mission. Chapter 36:26. Retreat. The three of them quickly retreated. How could Lin Xian allow them to leave? He swung the great sage pagoda at the old man. With a boom, the old man exploded. His miserable cries rang out, and the other two felt their scalps go numb. It was too powerful. What kind of saint weapon was that? They couldn't block it at all. The old man's miserable body wanted to heal, but it was destroyed by the great sage pagoda again. Lin Xian reached out and grabbed the old man's soul. Didn't you want to kill me? You want to attack Chihuahua? You're good. Now try to kill me. I've already said that those who cross the line will die. Did you take my words for granted? I deserve to die. Spare my life. The old man screamed in horror. Spare your life? Do you think it's possible? I actually said that those who cross the line will die. Now die. I technique, spring, and autumn lock. Lin Xian's eyes flashed with a golden light. He used his eye technique and set 1,000 cycles. He wanted the old man to suffer the torture of fate 1,000 times. In the next moment, the old man's soul screamed in the sky. Go quickly. The other two companions didn't dare to stay any longer. They fled in opposite directions. Black Mountain, go and catch one. I'll catch the other. Lin Xian said coldly. Black Mountain flew towards the old woman, while Lin Xian looked at the middle-aged man with killing intent. You're courting death. Seeing that Lin Xian still cared about him, the middle-aged man roared. He activated the Composure Pearl again and attacked. The Composure Pearl spun in the sky. It could seal space outside. It was a saint weapon, and its power was terrifying. When it appeared, the heavens fell and the earth cracked. However, no matter how powerful a saint weapon was, it was useless in front of the Great Sage Hall. Lin Xian swung the Great Sage Pagoda, and it smashed down like a mountain. With a clang, it collided with the Composure Pearl. An ear-piercing sound rang out, and the void within thousands of miles shattered. The middle-aged man kept retreating, spitting out mouthfuls of blood. His face was full of shock. Lin Xian was too strong. He couldn't believe it. At this moment, his scalp went numb, and he was filled with regret. Damn it, the Rain Clan actually gave him false information. If he could return alive, he definitely wouldn't let that young master of the Rain Clan off. However, would he be able to return alive? He didn't know, but now it seemed like he could only fight to the death. He looked at the mind fixation pearl in his hand and felt a pang of pain. He could only sacrifice the saint artifact in exchange for his life. Thinking up to this point, his palms continued to form seals, striking out strands of the laws of heaven and earth, guiding them into the mind fixation pearl. The concentration pearl spun rapidly, emitting a dangerous aura. Not good. Lin Xian frowned. The other party wanted to use a saint tool to stop him. He would not let the other party succeed. With a wave of his hand, the great sage pagoda soared into the sky and froze the mind fixation pearl. The mind fixation pearl could no longer be used. Seeing this scene, the middle-aged man was stunned. In the next moment, he turned around and left. Lin Xian charged forward once more, scaring his opponent so much that his scalp went numb. However, when he saw that Lin Xian was charging at him, he started laughing. "Kid, without that pagoda, do you think you're a match for me?" He was too excited. He did not expect to use the mind fixation tribe to restrain the other party's pagoda. This way, he would not be afraid of the other party at all. Next, the middle-aged man attacked. Laws that filled the sky surged out, wanting to kill Lin Xian. At the same time, he opened his mouth and spat out strands of divine light. They were all great Daos of heaven and earth, and they were definitely killing moves. "Kid, go to hell." The middle-aged man laughed sinisterly. He was a level 3 sage, one level higher than the other party. How could he not kill the other party? However, Lin Xian did not care at all. Without the mind fixation pearl, the other party was no threat to him at all. In the next moment, he pulled out the great destruction spear and charged forward. One terrifying sword chi after another slashed out in all directions, slicing apart all the laws. Lin Xian descended forcefully and kicked out. His golden divine body was covered in black qilin tattoos. They were densely packed and lifelike. As soon as he appeared, he let out a loud cry. With a kick, the void within 1,000,000 miles was shattered. The middle-aged man felt as if he had been struck by lightning. Saint blood spurted out from every pore on his body. His bones shattered in an instant, and his entire body turned into a pile of mud. Horror, infinite panic, fear. He did not expect that the other party would still be so strong without a saint artifact. The other party's physique was too strong, so strong that it made him despair. Run. He did not dare to say anything else. He wanted to escape, but Lin Xian's attack pierced through his heart and nailed him to death in the void. He screamed, and his soul wanted to escape. However, at this time, a pair of golden eyes appeared in the sky. Eye technique, spring and autumn lock. Another miserable cry sounded. The middle-aged man also experienced endless torture. This was even more miserable than the physical torture. After 999 cycles of spring and autumn reincarnation, Lin Xian searched the other party's soul and found out their origins. It turned out that the 3 of them were assassins. They had received a bounty from the Rain Clan's young master, Yu Qianye, and came to assassinate him. Rain Clan Yu Qianye. Lin Xian's face was cold. "Brat, how was it?" At this time, the distant He Shan also flew back. Behind him was an old woman, but she had already turned into a dried corpse. Most probably, all the energy in her body had been sucked dry by He Shan. "Did you kill her directly? Did you not search her soul?" Lin Xian asked. "What kind of existence is this saint? Do I need you to teach me such things? I have already collected them." This guy was a member of the Rain Clan. Someone from the Rain Clan? Lin Xian frowned. It seemed like there were 2 assassins and 1 expert from the Rain Clan. "Did you obtain any useful information?" Lin Xian asked coldly. For example, where was the Rain Clan's young master? He did not mind assassinating the other party. There is indeed a useful piece of information. Do you know who leaked this information to the Rain Clan? Oh, who? Lin Xian was stunned. Heishan said that it was the clansman of the girl, the Spirit Clan. After saying that, he waved his hand and shot out an illusion. Seeing this illusion, Lin Xian frowned. Spirit Lotus, damn it, it was actually this woman who leaked the information. Then, the other party wanted to use the Rain Clan to kill him, and at the same time, kill Shin Jingqiu as well. Thinking of this possibility, his face became incomparably gloomy. He did not immediately take action because he felt that it was better to tell Qiu about this matter first. He used the great sage pagoda to subdue the mind fixation pearl and kept it. Taking a deep breath, he returned to the Fian planet and went to the falling flower valley. At this moment, Shen Jingqiu had already woken up in the falling flower valley. Lin Xian told her what had happened. After hearing it, Shen Jingqiu's face immediately changed. Damn it, they actually dared to be so despicable. Brother Lin, just you wait. I will get an explanation for you. After saying that, he flew up into the sky. It seemed like he wanted to go to the Spirit Clan. Spirit Clan. The 13th Elder sent people to the Fian planet to bring Shen Jingqiu back. Not long after they flew out, they were stunned, because they saw a ray of light flying over quickly. It was the saint's spirit ship. The saint had returned. They were all stunned. In the next moment, they saw Shen Jingqiu walking out of the spirit ship. Saint, you're back. That's great. We still have to go and bring you back. The cultivators were overjoyed. Shen Jingqiu's face was cold. She asked, where is the lotus? Chapter 36:27. Lianhua, why are you looking for her? Is it because Lianhua snitched? What? She snitched on me? Shen Jingqiu did not care about those people and rushed into the family. Although she did not know where Lianhua was, there were only 3 or 4 places that she frequented. She just had to check them one by one. Sure enough, she did not find Lianhua after going to 2 places. However, she found her at the 3rd place, which was called Immortal Water Terrace. Immortal Water Terrace. It was a very famous place in the Spirit Clan because the water here contained the power of heaven and earth. It was very magical. Some sages liked to stay here. Lianhua was also a sage and naturally liked to cultivate here. Sure enough, she saw many people around Lianhua. They were both men and women, and they were chatting and laughing. They looked very happy. Boom! Shen Jingqiu's sudden appearance caused the atmosphere to become oppressive. The warriors of the Spirit Clan below all looked up. In the next moment, they were stunned. Even Lianhua was stunned. Shen Jingqiu was back. So fast? This was too unbelievable. Even the family would not be so fast. She laughed. Sister is back. What's wrong? Do you have something to tell me? Shen Jingqiu descended from the sky. She looked at Lianhua and said coldly, You know what you have done. What did I do? What did I do? Oh, you are talking about what happened to you. I have no choice. Since the ancestor asked, I can only tell the truth. Moreover, even if I don't say it, the family will send an elder to inquire about it, and they will know. You can't blame me for this. You can only blame yourself for being willing to be with that kid. Humph, I am not talking about this. Shen Jingqiu snorted. Not this. Then what? Lianhua was stunned. The others were also stunned. Shen Jingqiu said, I am talking about the assassination. What? Assassination? Many people cried out in surprise, their faces full of shock. However, Lianhua's pupils shrank. Damn it! What happened? Did she know? Or did the assassination fail? Impossible. With the Rain Clan's young master's methods, how could the assassination fail? Her expression was a little unnatural. However, she quickly squeezed out a smile. Sister, I don't understand what you are talking about. As soon as she finished speaking, she was slapped on the face and fell to the ground. The surrounding people were all dumbfounded. They couldn't believe what they were seeing. Spirit Lotus was stunned. The other party actually dared to hit her. Damn it! She screamed and jumped up. Shin Jingqiu, you dare to hit me? Pa! As soon as she finished speaking, she received another slap on her face, which directly knocked her to the ground. Her originally beautiful face was now incomparably red. Her face had been beaten to a pulp. Damn it, I'll fight it out with you. Spirit Lotus Flower was also the pride of her family. She had never been humiliated like this before. Therefore, she jumped up and charged toward Shin Jingqiu. Humph! Shin Jingqiu coldly harumphed as a terrifying aura appeared on her body. A purple cloud, combined with the power of heaven and earth, spread out. Between heaven and earth, the great path rumbled, and a terrifying aura shook all directions. Everyone was so scared that their faces turned pale. They were regretting their actions. Even Ling Lianhua was trembling in fear. Damn it! The other party's aura and strength had increased, which made her extremely jealous. She knew that she couldn't beat him, so she could only stand there and tremble. How dare you hit me? Even my father couldn't bear to hit me. Indeed, she was the most outstanding woman in their family. No one had ever dared to hit her, but now she was slapped twice in public. How could she endure this? Who dares to bully my daughter? A cold voice sounded in the sky. Then a middle-aged man descended in a domineering manner. Father. When Ling Lianhua saw this person, she immediately exclaimed. The other people's scalps went numb. A sage expert had arrived. This was Ling Lianhua's father. As expected, after the middle-aged man descended, he saw the red handprint on Ling Lianhua's face and instantly became angry. Damn it, how dare you hit me? He stared at Shen Jingqiu, and a biting, cold, murderous intent burst out from his eyes. Shin Jingqiu sneered without fear. What? How dare you hit me? Try it if you dare. The middle-aged man was trembling in anger, but he didn't make a move. Shan Jingqiu was the saintess, and her status in the family was extremely unusual. Even he couldn't casually hit her. However, he still said coldly, Although you're the saintess, aren't you going overboard by hitting Lianhua? Do you really think there's no one in our family? I'm going overboard? Shin Jingqiu sneered. Why don't you ask your daughter what she did? Your daughter secretly colluded with the Rain clan and sent assassins to assassinate me. How dare she? Now, do you still think that I'm going overboard by slapping her twice? Why don't we go to the old ancestor to judge and see how the old ancestor will deal with it? What? Hiring assassins to assassinate her? The surrounding people were completely stunned, and they didn't dare to believe it. The middle-aged man's pupils also shrank. Impossible. Although Lianhua was a bit capricious, she knew her limits and absolutely wouldn't do such a thing. As he spoke, he looked at Ling Lianhua, hoping that she would stand out and defend herself. However, when he saw Ling Lianhua's pale face, his heart fell. Could it be that Lianhua was really muddle-headed and did such a thing? If that was really the case, then the situation would be different. Not to mention the saintess slapping her twice. Even if she directly killed Lianhua, he couldn't say anything. That was because the Holy Maiden was going to take over the spirit tribe in the future. How important was that? Did it even need to be said? Now, Lianhua actually did such a thing. She had already committed a capital crime. No, I didn't. Ling Lianhua screamed in horror. Shin Jingqiu sneered. Why? Do you want me to show evidence? Not good. The middle-aged man's expression changed drastically. He didn't expect that the other party even had evidence. However, if she really showed it, he was afraid that he wouldn't be able to save his daughter. Therefore, at the next moment, he said, Saintess, this is a misunderstanding. Calm down first. I'll help you ask around. Misunderstanding? That's not what you said just now. Shin Jingqiu sneered. She was completely angry now, and she didn't care about what the other party thought. These people dared to kill her brother Lin, and they had already touched her reverse scale. No, I didn't want to kill her. I really didn't want to kill her. I only wanted to kill that pretty boy beside her. Once these words were spoken, everyone was in an uproar. The middle-aged man also cried out in his heart. Oh no, he didn't expect Ling Lianhua to be so easily frightened. However, at the same time, he heaved a sigh of relief. It seemed that Ling Lianhua still knew her limits and didn't directly target Xin Jingqiu. This way, there was still room for negotiation. Xin Jingqiu said coldly, "Killing my brother Lin is equivalent to killing me." Chapter 36:28. As soon as she said that, the surrounding people's faces changed. Xin Jingqiu was determined to get Ling Lian. Ling Lianhua's face was filled with despair as he looked at his father. The middle-aged man furrowed his brows and said, "Holy Maiden, this might be a misunderstanding. I hope that the Holy Maiden won't hold it against me. I just obtained a sacred artifact and some cultivation resources. I'll send them over to the Holy Maiden. Hopefully, the Holy Maiden can forget about this matter. I don't need any saint weapon or cultivation resources. I only need to punish Ling Lianhua. Don't go overboard." The middle-aged man was furious. Ling Lianhua was his daughter after all. Xin Jingqiu sneered. "You can choose to stop me, but I will report this to the old ancestor. When the law enforcement hall comes, you won't be able to stop them." "What do you want?" Hearing the words law enforcement hall, the middle-aged man's face turned ugly. He did not want this matter to be blown out of proportion. "Simple. She dares to assassinate my brother Lin. I will break her arms. I will make her swear that she will never go against my brother Lin." Break her arms? Swear. Everyone gasped when they heard that. They had never seen Xin Jingqiu with such a serious expression. Ling Lianhua's face turned pale. If this matter was spread out, she would be too ashamed to face anyone. She wanted to resist. The middle-aged man's eyes flickered. Although the punishment was severe, at least she could keep her life. He nodded and said, "Okay." "Father." Ling Lianhua wanted to say something, but the middle-aged man roared, "Shut up!" After saying that, he waved his hand. His palm was like a heavenly knife, cutting off Ling Lianhua's arms. A miserable cry rang out. The spirit lotus flower was in so much pain that it hovered between life and death. The middle-aged man said again, he swore that he would never go against the Holy Lady. "I swear that I was wrong. I will never go against the Holy Lady. If I go back on my words, I will be struck by lightning." Hearing this, Xin Jingqiu snorted, "I hope you know what to do. If there is a next time, I will kill you personally." After saying that, she turned around and left. Only the middle-aged man with a gloomy face and the shocked people around him were left. The news spread quickly. The entire spirit race knew about it. Everyone was in an uproar. The Holy Maiden had finally shown her strong side. He wondered how the Spirit Lotus faction was going to retaliate. However, this matter had only just been discussed when it was suppressed. It turned out that the clan leader had spoken and reprimanded Ling Lianhua. Furthermore, he had forbidden her from taking a single step out of the spirit clan for 10 years. Obviously, the clan leader was on Xin Jingqiu's side. For a moment, no one dared to say anything. After Xin Jingqiu finished punishing the spiritual lotus flower, she went to the patriarch's place, explained the situation, and then left. Fian Planet, outer space. In the projection of the 9 levels of heaven, more and more people gathered. Everyone could feel the powerful aura of the 9 levels of heaven in order to deal with the final test. At this moment, there were a few people who were extremely eye-catching. One of them was Yu Qinya and the others. Yu Qinya and Yu Shirjia also came to experience the projection of the 9 heavens. Many people had gathered around them. Most of them were here to follow Yu Qinya. After all, Yu Qinya was one of the 8 geniuses. In addition, his sister was as beautiful as a flower. She was an extremely famous beauty in the universe. In a short period of time, there were countless suitors. Yu Qianya's lips curled up into a smile. Yu Shirjia's face was filled with nobility. The two of them were like gods, arrogant and insufferably arrogant. Young Master Chinya was indeed powerful. There would be no problem for him to become a disciple of Peerless City. That was for sure. Young Master, he was one of the 8 geniuses. There was no doubt that he would join Peerless City. What Young Master you wanted to do was to fight for the position of the 3rd generation's chief disciple. This time, Peerless City was recruiting 3rd generation disciples. If one of them could win, that person would become the chief disciple of the 3rd generation. If one of them could become the chief disciple of the 3rd generation, that person would be dazzling and would be looked up to by countless people. There was even a high chance that that person would become the personal disciple of the Sage King. Hearing the compliments from the people around him, Yu Chinya's lips curled up into a smile. The feeling of being the center of attention was simply too good. Chief disciple? Yu Chinya muttered. His eyes shone with a cold light. To be honest, as one of the 8 geniuses, he had a high chance of succeeding. Moreover, his goal this time was also to become the chief disciple. One had to know that he was very ambitious. He must become the personal disciple of the Sage King. Humph. You want to become the personal disciple. You? At this moment, a disdainful voice was heard. Hearing this, everyone's scalps went numb. Who was it? How dare he mock Yu Chinya? Did he want to die? They turned their heads to look, but at this moment, their eyes were blinded by the light. In the sky, a ball of light descended. It was like a peerless divine light, descending from the sky with a powerful aura. Damn it, run. Everyone was scared out of their wits. Who was it? How dare he provoke Yu Chinya and even attack him? Did he want to die? Everyone retreated. Yu Chinya's face also changed. He snorted coldly and stretched out his palm. It was as if there was a small universe in it as he slapped towards the sky. Boom! 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 Intense rumbling sounds were heard. The sky fell and the earth cracked. A powerful law of heaven and earth swept in all directions. The surrounding people's blood was boiling. The weaker ones vomited blood. Their faces were filled with fear. Who was it? Yu Chinya's face also darkened. Come out. He saw a figure walking over from afar. It's you. When he saw the figure, he frowned. Beside him, Yu Siki was also stunned. The surrounding people were also stunned. Shen Jingqiu, the holy maiden of the Spirit Clan. They sucked in a breath of cold air. She was also one of the 8 geniuses. But why was she fighting with Yu Chinya? Could it be that there was a grudge between them? So it was the holy maiden of the Spirit Clan. Yu Chinya frowned. Holy maiden, you want to exchange pointers with me? Don't you think it's beneath your dignity to launch a sneak attack? You know it's beneath your dignity to launch a sneak attack? Then when you sent assassins to assassinate me and Brother Lin, did you think about that? What? His words were like a clap of thunder. The surrounding people were stunned. The young master of the Rain Clan assassinated the holy maiden of the Spirit Clan. Heavens, this is really a shocking piece of news. Are they trying to make a big deal out of it? If the assassination was successful, the Rain Clan and the Spirit Clan would not rest until one of them was dead. Yu Chinya's pupils shrank. Damn it! It seemed like the assassination failed. Moreover, his secret had been exposed. However, he would never admit it. He sneered. Assassination? I think you misunderstood, Holy Maiden. I have no fate with you. Why would I assassinate you? Chapter 36:29. Shen Jingqiu snorted coldly. She disdained to argue with him because she already had concrete evidence. So she decisively attacked. Humph, do you think I'm afraid of you? Yu Chinya was also angry. Both sides were one of the 8 geniuses. How could he be afraid of her? For a time the two fought. The sky fell and the earth cracked. The surrounding onlookers all retreated. At the same time they were extremely puzzled. What was going on? Why did Yu Chinya assassinate Shen Jingqiu? Finally they got a clue. Yu said that Shen Jingqiu's husband was related to the Rain Clan. Yes, it was that kid. It was said that he came from the first star realm and saved Yu Shirchia when he came. Some time ago, the benefactor of the Rain clan was that kid? They finally understood the complicated relationship between the two sides. It seemed that the Rain clan did not plan to let that person go and sent someone to assassinate him again. And that person had an extraordinary relationship with Shin Jingqiu. That was why it caused a fight between Shin Jingqiu and Yu Qinya. Everyone was in an uproar. Among them, there was one person whose face was gloomy. He was Lin Xian. Previously, when Shin Jingqiu left to return to her family, he came to ninth heaven again. He prepared to sense it. He thought that he would encounter such a thing. With a cold snort, his face changed into a middle-aged man. His expression was abnormally cold. He did this to prevent others from recognizing him. His eyes flickered as he looked at the battlefield in front of him. Suddenly, he frowned because he realized that someone had made a move. It turned out that in the battle between Shin Jingqiu and Yu Qinya was suppressed. Originally, Yu Qinya's ranking among the 8 geniuses was below Shin Jingqiu. Now that Shin Jingqiu had been in seclusion for a period of time, her strength had increased, so she was gradually suppressing Yu Qinya. And at this time, Yu Shirqia made a move. She definitely wanted to stand on her brother's side, so the moment she made a move, she sent a terrifying law flying toward Shin Jingqiu. It forced Shin Jingqiu back. Everyone was in an uproar. Were they going to join forces? Shin Jingqiu also sneered. What a Rain clan! They were indeed despicable and shameless. Previously, I only heard that you assassinated your benefactor. At first, I had some doubts. Now, it seems that you are despicable and shameless. What? Do you think that you and your brother are a match for me if you join forces? Come, let me see just how powerful your Rain clan's 2 heavenly prides are. Shin Jingqiu snorted coldly and waved her hand. Suddenly, the power of heaven and earth surged and the void collapsed. Everyone was shocked. No wonder she was the holy maiden of the spirit tribe. Her use of the power of the heavens and earth was much better than the other sages. Although Yu Shirqia wasn't one of the 8 prodigies, she was still very strong. When the 2 of them worked together, they were terrifying. For a moment, Shin Jingqiu was at a disadvantage. The surrounding people shook their heads and sighed. There was nothing they could do. 2 against 1 was still too much. That's right. If they were just 2 ordinary saints, it wouldn't be a problem. But these 2 people, one of them was from one of the 8 great heavenly sects. Even if one wasn't, it wasn't that far off. If they joined forces, Shin Jingqiu would not be able to withstand them. It was only a matter of time before she lost. Shin Jingqiu felt immense pressure. Her face was cold, but she would not back down. 2 against 1. How could they have the face to be called the 8 great geniuses? A mocking voice rang out. I think some people should be removed from the 8 great geniuses. When the voice rang out, everyone's scalps went numb. It seemed that someone was going to interfere. But who was it? Although they were disdainful of the Rain clan's actions, no one dared to interfere. The Rain clan was a top family. Who would dare offend them? Unless it was someone from the spirit tribe. Could it be that an expert from the spirit tribe had come? They all turned their heads to look. In the next moment, they were all stunned, because they saw a middle-aged man walk out. Who was this person? They were all stunned. Yu Qinya and the others also turned their heads. Their expressions were incomparably cold. Someone actually dared to interfere in their business. Did they want to die? In the next moment, they were all stunned. Yu Qinya even screamed, It's you. That's right, it's me. It seems that young master, you still remembers me. The middle-aged man sneered. He was Lin Xian in disguise. Lin Xian had changed his appearance. The person he was impersonating was the middle-aged man who had tried to assassinate him. That was why Yu Qinya was so shocked when he saw him. Boom! Who are you? Shin Jingqiu asked with a frown. She sent out 2 palms and pulled away from him. Sure, it's me. Don't recognize me yet. Lin Xian quickly transmitted his voice. Shin Jingqiu was happy at first. It was Brother Lin. Then she was stunned, not recognizing him. What was going on? It seemed that Brother Lin had his own plans. Xin Jingqiu didn't say anything else. Lin Xian laughed. "Ha ha! Holy Maiden of the Spirit Tribe, I'm afraid you still don't know. I'm the person who tried to assassinate you." Once these words were spoken, it caused a huge commotion. The surrounding spectators were all stunned. What? It was the assassin. Damn it, was there really such a person? They had thought that assassinations didn't necessarily exist. Perhaps it was just an excuse. But now, it seemed that things weren't so simple. Yu Shirqia frowned. Yu Qinya's expression was one of dismay. Damn it! Why did the other party run out at this time? Weren't these assassins not allowed to see the light? Young Master Yu, you've caused us a lot of trouble. You hid information. That brat was very strong and caused us to suffer heavy losses. The three of us went to assassinate him. Now only I came back alive. How do you think we should settle this score? What? Was it really Yu Qinya who sent people to assassinate them? Everyone went crazy. Yu Qinya's expression was extremely ugly. Yu Shirqia, who was beside him, shouted, "Nonsense! How could my brother know an assassin like you? Really? If he didn't know me, then why was he so shocked when I appeared? He even said that it was you. Did you really think that everyone in the world was an idiot?" Lin Xian laughed coldly. He had thought that this Yu Shirqia wasn't bad before. She was just a little cold. Now, it seemed that she wasn't a good person. So, he wouldn't have any soft-heartedness. The surrounding people were also whispering. Indeed, if they didn't know each other before, they wouldn't believe it even if they were beaten to death. From Yu Qinya's performance, they really did know each other. Yu Qinya said coldly, "I don't know you. I don't know what you're talking about. Really? It's useless. You killed my companions. Today I'm here to take revenge. Of course, if you're willing to increase the price by 5 times, I can consider sparing your life. I don't know what you're talking about. Men, kill him for me." Yu Qinya shouted angrily. He wouldn't admit it. "Young Master Yu, let me help you." A few ninjas stood out from behind. Zhang Yunfei was among them. After they walked out, they sneered. "I don't know who you are, but you dare to slander young Master Yu. Kneel down and kowtow to admit your wrongs, and I'll give you a way out. Otherwise, you'll definitely die." Chapter 3630. Including Zhang Yunfei, a total of 4 young masters walked out, their auras terrifying. Lin Xian laughed when he saw the scene. "Zhang Yunfei, you guys really don't know what's good for you. Why do you still want to stand up for House Yu at this time? Is it just to get Yu Shirqia's heart? But this heart needs to be alive to enjoy it. Now kneel down and kowtow and beg me for mercy. I can consider sparing your dog lives. Otherwise, don't blame me for attacking you." Lin Xian's voice was cold. These people kept making things difficult for him. Did they really think that he wouldn't dare to kill them? Zhang Yunfei and the others couldn't recognize Lin Xian at all, so they laughed coldly. Courting death. With a roar, they quickly attacked. Each of them was a genius. The 4 of them worked together. Their powerful law made the sky fall and the earth crack. Everyone's scalps went numb. The 4 of them were really too strong. Even Xin Jingqiu might not be able to fight them. Could this middle-aged man in front of them really fight them? He would probably be killed in an instant. Looking at the 4 people coming at him, Lin Xian's lips curled up into a cold smile. Since they didn't know what was good for them, then don't blame him. He didn't dodge at all. When the 4 of them came in front of him, his hand shook and a bead shot out. That bead was dazzling. It spun in the air and instantly the entire space froze. Zhang Yunfei and the other 3 seemed to be nailed in the air. They couldn't move. "Damn it, what's going on? I can't move. Break for me." They gritted their teeth. But they really couldn't move at all. The surrounding people were also stunned. They also felt their bodies freeze and couldn't move. What was that? Sacred weapon. That was the mind-settling bead. God, he was from the 7th floor. What? That terrifying assassin organization, the 7th floor. Countless people exclaimed. The seventh floor was an extremely terrifying assassin organization. They had a powerful sacred weapon, the mind-settling bead. Although no one had seen it before, they knew the effects of the mind-settling bead. It sealed the space and froze any powerful saint, allowing them to be slaughtered. At this moment, the scene was exactly the same as the rumors. If this was a mind fixation pearl, then this person must be an assassin. You don't know the difference between life and death. You don't even know my identity, and you want to force your way out. You bunch of cannon fodder. Do you really think that Yu Shijie will put you in her eyes? Lin Xian sneered again and again. He raised his hand and swung his blade down. He directly came in front of a young master and cut him in half. Ah! A miserable sound rang out, making everyone's scalp go numb. That young master's broken body couldn't heal at all. His soul was also distorted in the air. Lin Xian coldly snorted. He stretched out his hand, and like a millstone of destruction, he shattered the other party's soul. A young master of a big family was killed just like that. The others felt their scalps go numb. Zhang Yunfei's face turned ugly. Young master Yu, save me. He asked Yu Qinya for help. However, Yu Qinya's expression was incomparably gloomy and cold. Not only did he not advance, he even retreated a few steps, completely widening the distance between them. Seeing this scene, everyone felt their scalps go numb, but the hearts of Zhang Yunfei and the others sank. Damn it, Yu Qinya, I've helped you so much, but you actually watched me die without saving me. He finally roared. Yu Qinya sneered. Brother Zhang, you can't blame me. That's a mind fixation pearl. Even if I go in, I'll be frozen. So I'm powerless. You can go in peace. Every year on the anniversary of your death, I'll burn more paper for you. These words made everyone's hearts go cold. The young master of the Rain clan was truly despicable and shameless, vicious and merciless. He didn't even save his former companions. Yu Qinya, you animal. I won't let you go even if I become a ghost. Zhang Yunfei roared crazily. The other two young masters also roared and cursed. They finally realized how stupid they were. It turned out that the young master of the Rain clan that they had always wanted to curry favor with had never treated them as friends. He had only treated them as chess pieces. Now they were useless. The other party wouldn't even look at them. As expected, Yu Shijie's gaze was looking into the distance. She turned her head and ignored them. Did you see that? The goddess in your hearts doesn't care about your life and death. Lin Xian walked in front of them again. Damn it, I admit my mistake. I misjudged you. Let me go. I won't forgive them. Zhang Yunfei and the others begged for mercy. Indeed, they wanted to fight Yu Qinya and the others to the death. However, Lin Xian shook his head. It's too late to regret now. Not everyone in this world can forgive your mistakes. I can't. So, you will definitely die today. But don't worry. There will be a day when that Yu Qinya will accompany you in hell. After saying that, Lin Xian raised his blade and killed Zhang Yunfei and the others. Zhang Yunfei and the others died. They died with incomparable despair. The others were completely stunned. This person was too vicious and merciless. However, when they thought that he was an assassin from the seventh floor, they couldn't help but drool. Perhaps this was the only way to match his character. Buzz. Lin Xian raised his head and looked forward. Suddenly, Yu Qinya's eyelids twitched violently. Yu Shijie's face had also turned pale. The Rain clan's disciples beside her had all drawn their swords and sabers and were ready to fight. However, at this moment, Yu Qinya said something in a low voice. Suddenly, a stream of light flashed past. A powerful aura suppressed the surroundings. A figure charged towards Shun Jingqiu with great force. What a terrifying aura! It was a minor saint. The Rain clan actually brought a minor saint here. Countless people screamed. Shun Jingqiu's hair stood on end. She shouted and summoned the phenomenon of heaven and earth to block the attack. Even though she was a peerless genius, the gap between her and a minor saint was still too big. In an instant, all the phenomena of heaven and earth that she summoned were shattered. An old man appeared in front of Shinjingqiu and was about to grab her by the collar. Damn it! Lin Xian's expression also changed. He immediately threw out the mind fixation pearl and flew toward Shinjingqiu. The mind fixation pearl floated above Shinjingqiu's head, forming a powerful resistance force that stopped the minor saint. At the same time, he roared and rushed forward. Since the other party was despicable, he couldn't be blamed for being ruthless. He turned into a stream of light and shot toward Yu Qinya. "Humph, you dare to kill me?" Yu Qinya sneered. Without the mind fixation pearl, he wasn't afraid of the other party. Therefore, he struck out with his palm. The sun, moon, and stars appeared on it. His palm was like a small universe that swept forward. Everyone gasped. Yu Qinya was indeed one of the 8 great geniuses. His strength was really too strong. Without the mind fixation pearl, could this assassin from the 7th floor really be a match for the young master of the Rain clan? Boom! Lin Xian made his move. All kinds of roars and thunder rang out. A terrifying light annihilated everything. He couldn't let others see what he was doing. Therefore, he struck out with a dazzling light that blinded everyone. Then he used his powerful divine body to sweep the surroundings. Chapter 3631. He shattered the small world with a single punch and then arrived in front of Yu Qinya. Damn it, he was actually so strong. Yu Qinya was completely stunned. He quickly retreated. At the same time, he crazily roared, "Men, stop him!" The warriors beside him felt their scalps go numb. But for their young master, they had to frantically charge forward. Scram! Lin Xian shot out a beam of sword energy, using the dragon sword soul to form a terrifying killing intent. Shocking killing intent swept through the 9 heavens and 10 lands. In an instant, 7 or 8 Rain clan warriors were split in half by his sword. At this moment, Lin Xian was really too strong. No one could resist him. Stepping on these corpses, he once again charged toward Yu Qinya. Yu Qinya's scalp went numb and his face turned pale. He never thought that his opponent would be so strong. He was unwilling to accept this. As one of the 8 geniuses, he wanted to fight back. However, Lin Xian was even more terrifying. His palm carried a monstrous law, tearing the heavens and splitting the earth, and directly grabbed Yu Qinya. Yu Qinya resisted, but his arms were broken and he let out a miserable cry. In the next moment, his neck was grabbed and an endless sword energy poured into his body. At the same time, an extremely terrifying aura of death poured in. As long as he made the slightest move, it would probably instantly sever his meridians and take away his life. While Lin Xian was attacking Yu Qinya, on the other side, the Rain clan's small saint was crazily attacking Shinjingqiu. Although she had the mind-settling pearl, the small saint's power was indeed very strong. The mind-settling pearl trembled and was quickly sent flying. Seeing that Shinjingqiu was about to be in danger, Lin Xian roared, "If anyone dares to move, I'll kill Yu Qinya!" His voice was like a clap of thunder, and everyone was stunned. The Rain clan's small saint also straightened his body and stood there. He naturally sensed it with his soul, so he didn't act rashly. Shinjingqiu used this opportunity to quickly retreat and open up the distance between them. "Damn it, let my brother go!" Yu Shiqie crazily screamed. The Rain clan's people felt their scalps go numb. Was their young master being held hostage? Wong. At this time, the little saint moved. His speed was extremely fast. He directly tore the void apart and arrived behind Lin Xian. The law in his hand formed a long saber and slashed at Lin Xian, wanting to split him in half. However, Xian had long been on guard. He used his spatial divine ability, Void Escape. Along the way, he brought Yu Qinya and disappeared. The void shattered, and he had already appeared in another world. Don't you want Yu Qinya's life anymore? At this point, Lin Xian grabbed Yuchinya's neck with one hand, and his other hand grabbed Yuchinya's arm and tore it off. Saintly blood sprayed out as Yuchinya's severed arm was thrown to the ground. Yuchinya let out a miserable shriek as his body was attacked by the sword chi and death chi. He could only scream in pain, unable to resist. "How dare you!" The Rain clan's little saint roared madly. Yu Shircha screamed as well. "You dare hurt my little brother!" They were all crazy. Lin Xian sneered. "Why wouldn't I dare?" He broke one of Yu Chinya's legs. Yu Chinya's face turned pale. At the same time, he roared madly. "Damn brat, how dare you hurt me? You're dead. My Rain clan will never let you off. How dare you threaten me?" Lin Xian sneered. A flame appeared on his palm and enveloped Yu Chinya. Yu Chinya let out a miserable shriek as his body was ignited. The smell of barbecued meat instantly filled the air. This was no ordinary flame. Yu Chinya, one of the 8 great geniuses, couldn't withstand it. "Damn it! Stop!" he roared madly. The little saint in the distance wanted to attack again, but Lin Xian said, "As long as you move, I'll immediately kill you and destroy your soul." The Rain clan's little saint didn't dare to move. He knew that his sneak attack was useless. His opponent's movement technique was very strange. It seemed to be related to space. He didn't dare to be careless. If his sneak attack failed and his opponent really killed Yuchinya, then his responsibility would be great. Yuchinya was the young master of the Rain clan. Moreover, he was the most powerful genius of the Rain clan's younger generation. He could be said to be the hope of the clan's future. If such a person died, it would be a great blow to the Rain clan. Therefore, he didn't dare to take the risk. "Damn brat, what do you want? What conditions do you have? Just say it." The Rain clan's little saint said coldly. "Very good. You're very smart." Lin Xian waved his hand and the flame disappeared. Yu Chinya's body was burnt black and he was on the verge of death. However, his eyes were filled with hatred. Lin Xian saw his eyes and directly gave him a slap, smashing half of his face. "If you dare to look at me with killing intent again, I'll make you wish you were dead." Yu Chinya was so angry that his body twitched. As the young master of the Rain clan, when had he ever been tortured like this? However, he was really afraid. The person in front of him was an assassin. If he really went crazy, he might kill him. Therefore, he could only lower his head, not daring to look at his opponent again. Taking a deep breath, Lin Xian's eyes burst out with a cold light. He secretly transmitted his voice to Shenjing Qiu. "Qiu, it's too dangerous here. You leave first and wait for me at a safe place." Shenjing Qiu didn't hesitate. She had an inexplicable trust in Lin Xian. Moreover, Lin Xian had the absolute advantage now. Therefore, her figure flashed and she took the lead to leave. Seeing this scene, the crowd was in an uproar. The Rain clan's little saint's face was gloomy. He wanted to stop Shenjing Qiu, but at this time Lin Xian sneered. "Don't think that you can use her to threaten me. I have no relationship with the holy maiden of the Spirit clan. If you kill her, you'll only incur the wrath of the Spirit clan. Therefore, I advise you not to act rashly." "Humph!" The Rain clan's little saint snorted coldly. He didn't say anything, but he didn't move either. He said again, "What do you want?" "That's right. Damn it, hurry up and let go of my brother. Otherwise, the Rain clan won't let you off." Yu Shircha walked out. She was most anxious about her brother's safety. Therefore, she couldn't tolerate others threatening her brother. "What? You can't tolerate this? When your brother killed others, did you think about their feelings? Or is it that as the Rain clan's young miss, you don't need to think about other people's feelings?" "That's right. Today, I'll let you experience it. It can be considered a special experience in your life." Lin Xian stared at Yu Shircha, his eyes cold. He didn't have any good impression of this woman. Therefore, his lips curled up in a smile. "Don't you want to save your brother? I'll give you a chance. As long as you do as I say, I won't kill you. What do you want me to do? Tell me." Cultivation methods, secret manuals, divine abilities, treasures. As long as you have a request, the Rain Clan will satisfy it. Satisfy all of them? Lin Xian's lips curled up in a cold smile. When Yu Shirchia saw this smile, her heart beat wildly. Damn it, she felt uneasy. This guy couldn't be thinking of taking her, right? However, she knew that he wouldn't be so bold. Moreover, she wouldn't agree even if she died. Lin Xian said, "Since you've already said such words, then fine. I'll see how deep the love between you siblings is. You want to save him? Sure, take off the clothes you're wearing." Chapter 36-32. What? Yu Shirchia was stunned. The surrounding people were also stunned. What kind of request was that? In the next moment, many people's eyes lit up. Then, they sucked in a breath of cold air. F***CK, wasn't this guy too ruthless? For a moment, the crowd stopped moving. After Yu Shirchia's initial surprise, she understood. Her expression became incomparably ugly. Damn guy, you actually dare to make such a request. What? You don't dare, or are you unwilling? It seems that your relationship with your brother isn't that good either. Since that's the case, stop pretending. Let me send your brother on his way. Lin Xian sneered. He held Yu Qianya's hand and exerted more force. Yu Qianya let out a painful scream. Sister, save me. Yu Qianya screamed. Yu Shirchia's expression was cold. She took off the cloak she was wearing and threw it on the ground. Is this enough? Lin Xian laughed coldly. Who are you trying to fool? I said take it all off. Don't you understand me? Damn it, don't go too far. Yu Shirchia screamed. What a joke to take off all her clothes in public. This was even worse than killing her. Lin Xian sneered. I'm going too far. So what? When he thought of the various things the Rain Clan had done to him, Lin Xian couldn't help but release killing intent. He had saved Yu Shirchia out of kindness. But what did he get in return? He was chased down by the Rain Clan, and it was one after another. Did the Rain Clan think that they could suppress him just because they were a top family with many saints? Today he would take back some interest and let the Rain Clan know what pain was. When the surrounding people heard Lin Xian's words, they were terrified. He wanted the Rain Clan's princess to take off all her clothes in front of everyone. Digging up the heavens, this was really a very exciting thing. For a moment, many people's eyes lit up. They had to admit that Yu Shirchia was extremely beautiful and had a graceful figure. If they could really see her pure and flawless appearance, then their lives would be worth it. Thinking of this, their blood boiled. Feeling the burning gazes of the surrounding people, Yu Shirchia's face turned terrifyingly red. She felt like her entire body was on fire. At this moment, the Rain Clan's small saint moved again. He could not help but prepare for an assassination. Lin Xian once again used his spatial ability to dodge. Then his face sank. You tried to assassinate me twice. Just you wait, I'll remember this. I'll make you pay for this later. He ignored the little saint and looked at Yu Shirchia again. What? Are you going to drag this out or not? Yu Shirchia was trembling with anger. She stood there motionless. Lin Xian sneered when he saw this scene. Young Master Qianya, your sister is about to give up on you. Since that's the case, go to hell. As he spoke, he exerted force in his palm, and all of Yushir's bones were broken. Yu Qianya was like a pile of mud. The pain caused him to scream crazily once again. The holy sound pierced Yu Shirchia's heart like a needle. Yu Shirchia wavered, but she still did not make a move. She could not bear such humiliation. Lin Xian didn't say anything. With a cold smile, he waved his other hand and grabbed Yu Qianya's soul. Then he gently lit a fire. As the soul burned, Yu Qianya's mournful cries were 100 times louder than before. If this soul were to be incinerated, Yu Qianya would be done for. Sister, save me. You must save me. Yu Qianya begged for mercy again. Yu Shirchia could no longer bear it. She said, Stop. Lin Xian looked at her coldly. Yu Shichia's hands trembled as she undid another piece of clothing and threw it on the ground. It wasn't enough. Lin Xian said coldly. Yu Shichia made a move again. In the end, she stood there wearing only a dudu. At this moment, Yu Shichia had closed her eyes. Looking at her beautiful body, Lin Xian's eyes were filled with the joy of revenge. Yu Shichia, you asked for this. The people around them were so excited that they were about to go crazy. They were lucky enough to see the scene. Their lives were worth it. The sight of Yu Shichia standing in front of them made their blood boil. Many of them swallowed their saliva. There were even people who had secretly recorded this beautiful scene using an array formation. It wouldn't be long before this scene would spread throughout the star realms. Let young master, Qianya, go now! The little saint roared through gritted teeth. Lin Xian smiled. Let him go? I said I wouldn't kill him if Yu Shichia agreed to my request. But when did I say I'd let him go? Yu Shichia's eyes flew open and she spat out a mouthful of blood. In the next moment, she fainted and fell to the ground. Sister! The Rain Clan's people screamed crazily. The Rain Clan's little saint shot out a beam of light that enveloped Yu Shichia. At the same time he looked around. The little saint said that if anyone dares to spread word of what happened today, I will destroy their soul and their entire clan. Their little princess was only wearing a didu, swaying in the wind. If word of this got out, the Rain Clan would have no face left. So he could only threaten them. The surrounding people were so scared that their scalps went numb. However, they sneered inwardly. This threat was useless against them. That was because there were simply too many people around. It was simply impossible to hide this news. Brat, what do you want? The Rain Clan's little saint looked at Lin Xian again. You'd better let the Rain Clan's young master go. Otherwise, you'll end up miserable. Now it's your turn. Lin Xian turned to look at the little saint. You tried to assassinate me twice just now. Do you think I'll let you go? If you want your young master's life, kneel down and kowtow to me 100 times. You, the Rain Clan's little saint, was fuming. With his status, how could he kowtow to someone? What a joke. However, Lin Xian ignited Yu Qianya's soul, causing him to scream crazily. Damn it! Listen to him. Listen to him. As long as he can let me live. Yu Qianya was very afraid of death. Now he didn't care about anything else. Even if he was asked to kowtow, he would still kowtow. The Rain Clan's little saint gritted his teeth. He had no choice but to kneel down and kowtow 100 times. The void trembled as if it was struck by 100 lightning bolts. Terrifying cracks appeared in all directions. At the same time, he roared in his heart. He would remember this grudge. As long as his young master was saved, he would definitely capture the culprit and torture him for 1,000 years. No, 10,000 years. He wanted the culprit to live in fear forever. Very good. Then, slap yourself 1,000 times. Lin Xian ordered again. Since he had kowtowed 100 times, the little saint simply let loose and slapped himself 1,000 times. His face was smashed a few hundred times. The surrounding people were dumbfounded. Damn it! They had really opened their eyes in this lifetime. To be honest, some of them had lived for thousands of years, but they had never seen such an exciting scene. For a moment, they were using formations to record the scene. Chapter 30, 633. He was a minor saint, a lofty figure who could suppress a region. They didn't even dare to breathe loudly when they saw him. But now he was kowtowing and slapping him in the face. What else do you want me to do? He gritted his teeth and roared. Lin Xian thought about it and decided to cripple his own cultivation. Asterisk puff. Asterisk the surrounding people spat out saliva. The minor saint was so angry that his lungs exploded, and his body was smashed apart. His saint blood floated in the air. He finally couldn't take it anymore. Cripple his own cultivation? What kind of joke was this? Was he going to turn him into a cripple? What? You don't want to? You've ambushed me twice. So why don't you self-detonate twice? You want me, a minor saint, to self-detonate twice? But there was no other way. Yuchinya's soul was getting weaker and weaker, and it could be burned away at any time. Therefore, the minor saint could only self-detonate twice. After recovering, his face was extremely pale. This time he was also injured. Moreover, he was the one who crippled himself. All right, it's about time. Now, hand over all your storage rings and magical treasures. Lin Xian began the final harvest. The people of the Rain Clan did as they were told. Even the minor saints of the Rain Clan took out everything they had. Lin Xian took Yuchinya's storage rings and held them in his hand. He asked Black Mountain to scan them with his soul, erasing all the soul imprints on them. Black Mountain had the remnant soul of a great saint. Even the imprints left by a minor saint could be easily erased. Therefore, after doing all this, Lin Xian accepted them without worry. He wasn't worried that Yuchinya could find him through the soul imprints. All right, I'm leaving now. None of you are allowed to follow me. I'll bring Yuchinya 1,000,000 miles away. When I'm 1,000,000 miles away, I'll let him go. If you dare to follow me, I'll kill him without mercy. Boy, I hope you'll keep your word. If you dare to kill young Master Chinya, there'll be no way for you to live. Lin Xian sneered at such a threat. He didn't plan to kill Yuchinya this time because he still had a use for him. He wanted to take his revenge slowly. He wanted to torture and destroy the other party bit by bit, and then kill the other party. Lin Xian soared into the sky and quickly left the projection of the 9 heavens. When he was 1,000,000 miles away, he released the other party. However, he secretly left a strand of sword chi in the other party's body. The Rain Clan's little saint had been using his soul to spread out over millions of li. Therefore, when Yuchinya was released, he immediately took action. When he was 1,000,000 miles away, he struck out a law to protect Yuchinya. At the same time, he quickly chased after him. Lin Xian used the void escape technique. In a flash, he appeared several million miles away. At the same time, he activated the sword chi he had left in the other party's body. With a loud boom, Yuchinya's body exploded, and he let out a miserable shriek. The minor saint who was still chasing after him was scared out of his wits. Damn it! He no longer dared to chase after Lin Xian. He turned around to check on Yuchinya's situation. They had sacrificed so much to save young Master Chinya. If young Master Chinya was killed at this time, then the humiliation they had suffered before would all be in vain. When he returned, he saw Yuchinya being torn apart by a strand of sword chi. When he saw Yuchinya on the verge of death, he roared crazily. Although he was heavily injured, he was not dead yet. He quickly used his law to protect Yuchinya. At the same time, he roared towards the sky. Damn it, I'm going to kill you. I'll definitely kill you. Even if you run to the ends of the earth, I will find you and tear you to pieces. And the 7th floor, from now on, my Rain Clan will fight you to the death. The terrifying roar spread over millions of li, causing everyone's scalp to go numb. The minor saint brought Yuchinya and quickly returned to the projection of the 9 heavens. He wanted to threaten the onlookers, not to leak out what had happened today. However, when he returned, more than half of the onlookers had already run away. The rest of the onlookers were also running away. Moreover, Yuchinya's situation was very serious. That strand of sword chi had severely injured his body. Coupled with the fact that his soul had been ignited, he was incomparably weak. He needed to be treated immediately. He soared into the sky, bringing Yuchinya, Yushirchya, and the people of the Rain Clan away quickly. The news still spread. Furthermore, it was spread at the first possible moment. In an instant, the entire Fian planet knew about it. Did you guys hear? Yushirchya dragged herself in front of everyone. The Rain Clan's minor saint kowtowed, slapped himself in the face, and even self-detonated twice. Damn it, when did this happen? Just a moment ago, under the projection of the 9 heavens. It's impossible, right? How could the Rain clan be bullied to such an extent? And who is Yu Shirchia? Damn it, if you don't believe me, I'll record it with a formation. What? Record it? Let me see it. Is Yu Shirchia white or not? You want to see it? Come and pay me 50,000 divine crystals. I'll show it to you. In an instant, such things happened everywhere. Some people paid the divine crystals, and after seeing it, they gasped. No, I can't take it anymore. My blood is boiling, as expected of a peerless beauty. Her figure is so good. Who is it that is so heaven-defying? Damn it, this guy is a kindred spirit. It's just that he's missing the last to-do. If he can take it off, it'll be perfect. Not only on the flying swallow planet, but the mirages of these array formations also quickly spread to other worlds. In some remote worlds, they even started bidding directly through auctions. The entire second astral realm was in an uproar. After the Rain clan received the news, they went mad with anger. They frantically sent out experts, sweeping through all directions. Anyone who spread this kind of formation would be killed without hesitation. However, no matter how strong the Rain clan was, they couldn't control so many worlds. Moreover, these people had seen it countless times. They didn't know how many formations they had used to duplicate it, so it couldn't be removed. After Yu Shirchia received the news, she vomited 3 liters of blood and fainted again. Master, you must capture that middle-aged man and attack the 7th floor at the same time. Yu Shirchia was on the verge of collapse. She was on the verge of despair. Yu Qinya was seriously injured, and the clan was trying their best to save him. After all, the Saint Realm examination was imminent. They had to let Yu Qinya recover fully in a short time. The price was very high. On the other side, they sent out Saint experts to attack the 7th floor. In an instant after being attacked, the 7th floor also counterattacked crazily. Both sides were really angry, and a huge battle broke out. As for the reason, no one could tell. How could they know that this was all a trap set up by Lin Xian? At this moment, Lin Xian had already returned to Luohua Valley to accompany Xin Jingqiu. After Xin Jingqiu returned, she waited nervously. However, before she saw Lin Xian, she received a piece of news. The Rain clan was beaten to the ground. Chapter 30:634. The young master of the Rain clan was kidnapped and almost crippled. The fairy of the Rain clan undressed on the spot, causing countless wolves to howl. The saints of the Rain clan even kowtowed and slapped their faces. Xin Jingqiu's jaw dropped. She couldn't believe what she was seeing. Oh my heavens, was this all Brother Lin's doing? This was really too crazy. However, this was great. Who asked the Rain clan to repay kindness with enmity? They even wanted to assassinate Brother Lin and me. Xin Jingqiu even spent divine crystals to buy the formation and brought it back to look at it. Of course, when Lin Xian came back, Xin Jingqiu was looking at it enthusiastically. Lin Xian smiled. What was this little girl looking at that made her so happy? Xin Jingqiu cheered. Brother Lin, you're back. Qiu is looking at your masterpiece. Lin Xian glanced at it and was speechless. Damn, these guys really recorded it. Not only that, Xin Jingqiu laughed. The whole world already knows about it. I reckon that in a few days, the whole Heaven Punisher world will know about it. This time, let's see what the Rain clan will do. Can they still be arrogant? Lin Xian snorted. They asked for it. They repaid kindness with enmity, and even wanted to kill me. I didn't kill them. I'm already very kind to them. He glanced at the formation again and nodded slightly. This Yu Shirchia's figure was not bad, but unfortunately, her character was not good. Humph, Xin Jingqiu said as she turned off the array and lifted her head. Is my figure better or is it mine? Well, I'll look carefully. Lin Xian carried Xin Jingqiu and walked towards the depths of the valley. The two of them did it. In the following days, Lin Xian and Xin Jingqiu were very leisurely. They were already making the final preparations. The battle between the Rain clan and the 7th tower had also ended. Both sides suffered heavy losses. Although the Rain clan was strong, The lacking Earth Tower had so many saint killers. It was a headache for them. In the end, both sides could only stop fighting. The Rain clan's faces were gloomy. They gritted their teeth. This time, they had suffered a great loss. The two geniuses of the clan, Yu Shirchie, hadn't fully recovered because of what had happened before. She probably wouldn't have the chance to participate in the Holy City's examination, so she had to rest. On the other side, Yu Qianye had already recovered. His family had paid a huge price to help Yu Qianye recover completely. In fact, his cultivation had even increased by another level. This time, Yu Qianye had reached the early 4th level of the Sage Realm. Of course, the price was huge. After Yu Qianye recovered, his expression turned cold. He quickly understood the situation and found out that the 7th floor was heavily damaged. However, the middle-aged man was still nowhere to be found. When he thought of what had happened before, he was so angry that his whole body trembled. He couldn't stand it. Therefore, he gritted his teeth and said, "Go and find him. Even if it takes 100 years or 1,000 years, you have to find him. I will definitely tear him to shreds." Only by capturing, killing, and torturing the other party to death would he be able to vent the hatred in his heart. He left this matter to his family and returned to the Flying Sparrow Star. The assessment for Wushuang City had finally arrived. The people of Flying Sparrow Planet gradually calmed down after watching Yu Shirchie's illusions, because the 9 heavens was about to open. The assessment for Wushuang City was about to begin. Once these people could join, they would have a meteoric rise. At that time, they wouldn't be afraid of the Rain clan. The disciples of the Saint City were the top geniuses. Boom! On this day, thunder rumbled and heaven and earth rumbled. The 9 heavens were completely opened. A terrifying sound came from the outer realm. The entire Flying Sparrow Star was in an uproar. One figure after another rose into the sky and flew towards the outer realm. Those who were waiting in the outer realm also moved towards the 9 heavens. The 9 heavens today was exceptionally dreamy. Multicolored light surrounded it, and it was incomparably holy. At the same time, an even more terrifying aura was emitted. In addition to those who were participating in the assessment, there were many powerful figures. Among them, there were some old men, living fossils, and some small saints. They were the representatives of various families. They were here to watch and see if their disciples could succeed. A huge flying sword descended from the 9 heavens. There were a few figures standing on the flying sword. They wore white clothes embroidered with golden lines and auspicious clouds. These were the people of Wushuang City. They were the special envoys of Wushuang City. One of them was an old man. He looked like an immortal. He came down and said loudly, "Let's cut to the chase and talk about the rules of the assessment. As long as one was not a disciple of the Saint City, regardless of their family background or age, they could participate in the assessment." The first assessment was the 9 heavens. Stepping into the 9 heavens meant passing the assessment. Those who were strong could try their best to cross the 9 heavens, as it would be beneficial to their future results. The 3rd generation of disciples, recruited this time, were divided into ordinary disciples and core disciples. Among them, the personal disciples of the Saint King would be selected from the core disciples. If one could become the chief disciple of the 3rd generation, there would be additional rewards. Now the assessment began. The old man's voice was extremely loud and clear. It spread across the universe, clearly. Hearing this, all the experts were excited. Those who could participate in the assessment this time were all saints. Even the saints of the 1st heaven were not qualified, because they probably could not even reach the 1st heaven. Among them, there were 8 figures standing in 8 different directions. Each of them was outstanding. They were the 8 great sky prides. However, the 8 great sky prides had attracted the attention of countless experts. "Look, that person is dealing." They saw a man in a yellow robe with his hands behind his back. He was standing in the void, stepping on heaven and earth with a disdainful expression. It was as if he did not put the world in his eyes. He was dealing the number one of the 8 great sky brides. The other person was wearing a black robe. His face was pale, and his body was emitting a ghostly aura. He was Gueli. He was a very famous genius expert on the demon planet. There was another person who was as tall as a giant. He was Sherbuffon. There was another stalwart man with stars in his eyes. He was Shui Tianqin. Beside him was a beautiful woman in a blue dress. She was beautiful beyond compare. She was Wang Xiaofeng of the Ice Fairy clan. There was another woman who was as beautiful as a flower and looked very cute. Her big eyes were filled with endless spiritual energy. She was Shen Jingqiu of the Spirit clan. Beside Shen Jingqiu was a handsome young man in a red robe. Countless people were surprised because this person was not one of the 8 great sky brides. The fact that he could be beside Shen Jingqiu attracted countless attention. Many people whispered among themselves, could this be Shen Jingqiu's rumored husband? His cultivation was really only at the 2nd heavenly layer. It was possible that he could not even reach the 1st heaven of the 9 heavens. Lin Xian paid no attention to these discussions. Soon, these people would know that his strength could not be measured by his cultivation level. In another direction, there was another person standing. This person was also incomparably handsome, but his face was incomparably gloomy and filled with monstrous killing intent. When many people saw this young man, their expressions were very strange. They wanted to laugh, but they did not dare to. This person was Yu Qinya. At this moment, his killing intent was awe-inspiring. He was like a god of death, and his powerful gaze looked in all directions. No one dared to look in his direction. Chapter 36:35. Everyone was shocked when they felt this aura. Damn it, Yu Qinya's strength had increased. Tian had broken through to the 4th level of the Saint Realm. No way, he could break through and then rise again. It was really surprising. Everyone was going crazy. They thought that after the previous incident, they would not be able to recover. For example, Yu Shirqie did not come. But not only did Yu Qinya come, but he was also full of killing intent, and his strength had increased greatly. It was really unexpected. Finally, one of the 8 geniuses was called Yang Hao. His body was covered in flames, and there was an illusion of a sun behind him. It carried him. He was like a sun god, extremely dazzling. Other than the 8 geniuses, there were also some strong cultivators with terrifying auras. It seemed that they were not inferior to the 8 geniuses. Among these people, there were even some with deep faces. It seemed that they were geniuses from other places. These people might not be famous now, but after today, they would definitely be famous. Lin Xian's gaze swept across these people, and he nodded slightly. It had to be said that these 8 geniuses were indeed extraordinary. Their vitality was like a dragon, and the laws on their bodies were even more terrifying. Each one of them was an earth-shattering figure. The 8 geniuses did not care about Lin Xian's gaze. There were too many people looking at them, more than tens of thousands of gazes. Lin Xian's gaze did not attract anyone's attention at all. Of course, 2 of them still turned their heads away. One of them was Shui Tianqin. Stars flickered in his eyes as he looked at Lin Xian. He revealed a look of confusion, but he quickly retracted his gaze. The other person was Yu Qinya. Yu Qinya also turned his head and saw Lin Xian. At first he was stunned, but then his eyes exploded with a biting, cold, killing intent. In the next moment, he said coldly, I didn't expect you to come to participate in the Saint City's examination. You really don't know what's good for you. Kid, I'll let you know what it means to live a life worse than death. Yu Qinya's killing intent was very cold, causing the countless geniuses around him to go into an uproar. Heavens, who was Yu Qinya talking to? They all looked over. In the next moment, they looked at Shen Jingqiu. No way. Yu Qinya actually had a conflict with the saintess of the spirit race. However, they were soon stunned. The person who responded was not Shen Jingqiu. Instead, it was the man beside her. Lin Xian also sneered. Why can't I come? However, I am very curious as to why you dared to come. Weren't you threatened by someone not long ago? Weren't you beaten up on the ground? Your reputation has long since gone down the drain. Logically speaking, you should be obediently holed up at home. I didn't expect you to be so thick-skinned and dare to come out. I really admire your courage. If we're talking about shamelessness, I think you're qualified to be one of the top geniuses. A faint mocking voice rang out. The surrounding people went crazy. Did this guy not want to live anymore? How dare he provoke Yu Qinya? Moreover, the other party was obviously rubbing salt in his wound. Who didn't know that Yu Qinya had suffered a huge blow a few days ago? He had indeed become a laughingstock. However, that was only in private. Who would dare to laugh at Yu Qinya in front of him? The other party was a fourth-layer saint. How powerful was his strength? However, they discovered that there were actually people who didn't know the difference between life and death. You're courting death. Yu Qinya was furious. He took a step forward, and his killing intent swept through the 9 heavens and 10 earths. It was so terrifying. Many people were sent flying, and their faces were filled with fear. When a genius was angry, blood would flow for 1,000 miles. Oh, you want to attack me? Lin Xian glanced at the other party. He had actually advanced a level and became a 4th-layer saint. No wonder he dared to be so arrogant here. However, I advise you to retract your killing intent. Otherwise, you may be pressed to the ground and beaten again. Crazy, crazy. This kid was completely crazy. They could feel that Lin Xian was only a 2nd-layer saint. How dare he challenge a 4th-layer saint? Wasn't he courting death? Sure enough, Yu Qianya's killing intent was awe-inspiring. He raised his hand, and a terrifying law filled the air. It seemed that he was about to attack. However, at this moment, a cold snort came from the sky. It was like thunder, and a large crack appeared in the void. The law on Yu Qianya's body instantly disappeared. Who dared to stop him? He looked over angrily, and in the next moment he was stunned. Everyone else was stunned too. It turned out that it was the elder from Peerless City. Soon, everyone's scalp went numb. This was the special envoy of Peerless City. Yu Qinya also stopped and did not attack. The elder said, "If the 2 of you want to fight, you can, but leave this place. If you want to participate in Peerless City's assessment, you have to abide by the rules." Senior, you're right. I don't want to fight, but some people are too overbearing. Lin Xian cupped his fists and said. He still had a good impression of Peerless City. Yes, the old man also nodded slightly. On the other side, Yu Qinya snorted and did not attack again. Instead, he looked at Lin Xian. Kid, I'll let you know what despair is later. I'll show you my strength. Although he could not attack now, Yu Qinya had already decided that he would completely crush his opponent during the assessment and make him feel despair. Then, when he succeeded in joining Peerless City, he would kill him. He wanted to kill Lin Xian before, and not long ago he was beaten up and threatened because he could not find the culprit. He had nowhere to release his resentment. Now that he had met Lin Xian, he naturally had to release it in one go. The others seemed to know this too, so they looked at Lin Xian and shook his head. This kid was too unlucky. Yes, everyone knew that Yu Qinya was angry and needed someone to vent his anger. Everyone was avoiding him, but this kid did not know what was good for him. They were afraid that Yu Qinya would vent all his anger on him. Everyone was not optimistic about Lin Xian. However, they did not know that the person who beat up Yu Qinya and threatened him was Lin Xian. Even Yu Qinya himself didn't know. If he knew, he would have been angered to death. The other Sky Prides also looked at Lin Xian. They did not know where this guy got his confidence from. Was it because he had Xin Jingqiu's backing? For a moment, Lin Xian was regarded as a gigolo, a guy who lived off a woman. Okay, let's start. In the sky, the elder of Peerless City gave the order, and all the contestants got ready. Di Ling took the lead. With a flash of his body, he charged directly towards the ninth heaven. Behind him were Gui Li, Sherbufan, and the other sky prides. Behind them were the other saints. They rushed to the top like a flood. Let's go too. Lin Xian and Xin Jingqiu also flew to the top. They first entered the projection of the ninth heaven. The pressure was great, and ordinary saints could not withstand it. But Lin Xian and Xin Jingqiu had been here a few times, and they were used to the pressure. So they were very fast. Like lightning, they cut through the crowd and flew to the top. During this time, many saints who were participating in the competition saw this scene and felt their scalps go numb. Damn, who was so fast? Damn it, it was that gigolo. Chapter 36:36. What? It's him. He's a level 2 sage, and his cultivation is lower than mine? How can he be so fast? Xin Jingqiu is with him. It must be Xin Jingqiu who brought him along. Everyone thought that Lin Xian's speed was due to Xin Jingqiu, and they were indignant. Lin Xian didn't care about such discussions, because they would soon know his true strength. The two of them were very fast, and it didn't take long for them to reach the real level 9. The pressure here was very high, so there were only a few dozen people around. Most of them were still fighting in the projection of the level 9. When they arrived, a few dozen people turned around to look at them. It was Xin Jingqiu. Many people exclaimed. They were still wondering why they didn't see Xin Jingqiu, but they didn't expect her to be behind them. When they saw that there was someone beside Xin Jingqiu, they were stunned. In the next moment, their expressions became disdainful. So it's this pretty boy. Maybe Xin Jingqiu came later because she wanted to take care of this pretty boy. You trash! How could you come here without relying on women? Yu Qinya was the first to speak, his eyes filled with disdain. The others also had ridicule in their eyes. Xin Jingqiu's face turned cold, and she wanted to flare up, but she was stopped by Lin Xian, who shook his head slightly. He didn't let Xin Jingqiu say anything, and he said it himself. Do you know what it means to court death? Now that you've provoked me, you'll die a horrible death later. This kid is crazy, and he still dares to provoke Yu Qinya. Yu Qinya sneered, but he didn't do it himself. Instead, he looked around. Everyone were the top sages, and we have hope of entering Wushuang City. But now there's an ant among us. Don't you all feel uncomfortable about it? Why don't we work together and get rid of this trash first? In an instant, everyone looked at Lin Xian, their eyes filled with coldness. Indeed, to be honest, although they weren't allowed to fight, their combined sage aura wasn't something that Lin Xian could resist. I agree. A few sages nodded with a cold smile. Obviously, they also wanted to fight. Lin Xian shook his head slightly. Yu Qinya, you're still trash after all. You want to join forces with the others to get rid of me, a second heaven sage. So you can't get rid of me yourself? Someone like you deserves to be called one of the 8 heavens' favorites? I really feel ashamed for the other 7. You're courting death. Yu Qinya was enraged. His holy aura surged towards Lin Xian. The sage's aura caused many people's expressions to change. Some of the sages who had just arrived were even sent flying. Outside the 9th heaven, countless people were watching. Their eyes were shining. Those people were really strong. They had arrived below the 9 heavens so quickly. Soon, they would step into the real 9 heavens. That was for sure. As for the others, it would be good if even 1% of them could enter. That pretty boy was there too. He must have gotten there with Shan Jingqiu's help. Look, Yu Qinya is attacking that guy. What? Didn't they say fighting was prohibited? He's using his holy aura. He wants to use his holy aura and the surrounding pressure to make that kid scram. Haha, that's great. I told you. That kid is just an ant. He definitely won't be allowed to enter the 9 heavens. The surrounding onlookers started to discuss when they saw this scene. Lin Xian was indeed attacked by the holy aura. However, he didn't care. He stood there with his hands behind his back. No matter how Ren Ping attacked, he still had a smile on his face. You want to chase me away with this little bit of holy aura? Looks like you really need to join forces. If you can join forces with the 8 heavens favorites and put pressure on me together, it might be effective. Lin Xian smiled. The surrounding people went crazy. How was it possible? Nothing happened to Rin Ping. It was unbelievable. One had to know that there was a difference of 2 realms between them. Even if he couldn't kill Rin Ping with his holy aura, it would be easy to make him scram. But now it didn't work. Could it be that Xin Jingqiu made a move? However, they didn't see Xin Jingqiu make a move. Yu Qianye's face turned ugly when he saw that he didn't succeed. Damn it, what kind of treasure did this kid have that he could block his holy aura? Or was it the spirit race's saintess? His face was cold. However, he was determined not to let Lin Xian reach the 9 heavens. So he looked around again. Are you really going to let a second heaven ant jump in front of us? He doesn't have the right to stand with us. Yes, I think it's necessary to get rid of the trash. A few figures walked out with cold smiles on their faces. However, one of the 8 heavens favorites ghostly snorted. Join forces with you? Not interested. Maybe this kid is right. Yu Qianye, you're too useless. You can't even deal with a second heaven person. You don't deserve to be one of the 8 heavens favorites. The surrounding people sucked in a breath of cold air when they heard this. Yu Qianye's face turned ugly. Damn it! Someone dared to refute him. And it was Ghostly. Ghostly was from the demon planet, and he wanted to capture his sister. So the 2 sides were enemies. It was normal that Ghostly didn't listen to him. He snorted coldly with a gloomy expression, and then looked at the others. I'm not interested. Shirbufan retracted his gaze and looked at the imperial mausoleum and the 9 heavens above his head. I'm not interested either. Shi Sui Tianchen also shook his head. Wang Xiaofeng was on Shi Sui Tianchen's side, so she also turned around and ignored him. Among the 8 heavens favorites, 4 of them ignored him. Shen Jingqiu stood beside Lin Xian, so there were only 3 left. Yu Qianye was completely against it. That left Di Ling, who was ranked 1st, and Yang Hao, who was ranked 8th. Yang Hao shrugged. To be honest, it didn't matter if Lin Xian went up or not, because Lin Xian posed no threat to him. His target was the rest of the 8 heavens favorites, so only Di Ling was left. If Di Ling didn't support him, then Yu Qianye's face would be completely lost. The atmosphere became awkward. Lin Xian chuckled as well. Seems like your character isn't all that great. Can't you see how much the 8 geniuses despise you? That's why I'm advising you to go home and be a coward. Damn it, I'm so pissed. Yu Qianye was so angry that his lungs were about to explode, and his teeth were about to shatter. His body was trembling, and his murderous aura was overflowing. At this time, Di Ling spoke. Qianye is right. I also think that ants have no right to stand with us. His words caused an uproar among the crowd. Di Ling actually stood on Yu Qianye's side. This was out of everyone's expectations. What was going on? Everyone was puzzled. Yu Qianye's eyes were filled with joy. Di Ling actually helped him. This was great. With Di Ling's help. So what if the others didn't agree? Kid, looks like you're really unlucky. Today you're going to die. Chapter 36-37. Idiot. Lin Xian sneered. Why would Di Ling help you? Do you really think your character is good? Isn't it all because of your sister? Don't forget that your Rain clan's bloodline used your sister as a cultivation furnace. Her cultivation realm should have risen very quickly. That hit the nail on the head. Everyone suddenly understood. So Di Ling had this idea. Indeed, the Rain clan's bloodline was very helpful for cultivation, especially Yu Shirjie, who was the Rain clan's genius. If someone could dual cultivate with her, then their cultivation would rise very quickly. Di Ling had obviously taken a fancy to this point. Although the news of Yu Shirjie being stripped down to her undergarments had spread throughout the universe, so what? Compared to great strength, Di Ling didn't care about such things. Everyone was incomparably shocked. Di Ling's face sank. He looked at Lin Xian, a trace of coldness in his eyes. In truth, Lin Xian's guess was exactly what he had planned. Yu Shirjie was incomparably arrogant and her bloodline talent was abnormal. She had probably had many suitors before. Even if he went to pursue her, he might not have been able to succeed. After all, the Rain clan's ambitions were great. Perhaps they wanted to marry a Holy City disciple. But now the situation had changed. Peerless City's examination would begin now. He would become a Holy City disciple without any accidents. Secondly, Yu Shirjie's reputation had taken a great hit. Not everyone would be willing to accept it. At worst, after he accepted her, he would treat her as a concubine or a cultivation furnace. This way, his strength would undergo an earth-shattering change. Once he finished using her, he would just throw her away. Originally, all of this was done in secret. Even if others knew, they wouldn't speak of it. But Lin Xian actually said it out loud in front of everyone. This made him lose all face. Thinking of this, killing intent appeared in his eyes. Reckless idiot, it seems you really don't need to live in this world. On Yu Qinya's side, his face was also gloomy. To tell the truth, he didn't resist Di Ling's idea of his sister. Di Ling's talent was very strong. He was the head of the 8 geniuses and was completely worthy of his sister. Moreover, if the two sides could form a marriage alliance, their Yu family strength would greatly increase. Moreover, the most important thing was that this kid had angered Di Ling. He was really courting death. Xin Jingqiu was also a little worried. If she was facing Yu Qinya alone, she wouldn't be afraid at all. But facing Di Ling, she didn't have much confidence. This person was terrifying and had many trump cards. Therefore, she said, "Be careful, Brother Lin. This guy is very strong." "Don't worry, I'm confident." Lin Xian smiled. Di Ling was indeed very strong, but it was not enough to make Lin Xian feel fear. His opponent had a trump card, but did he not? The next moment he directly met Di Ling's gaze and said, "You've been standing here for so long. What, do you have the confidence to reach the 9 heavens? If you don't, then get out of the way and let me do it." Heavens! Was he trying to provoke Zero? No one dared to believe their eyes. They didn't think that the other party would first provoke Yu Qinya, and now provoke the Imperial Mausoleum. Was he tired of living? "You dare to speak to me like this? Do you know what will happen to you?" Di Ling's voice was cold. "No one has ever dared to speak to me like this." Was that so? Lin Xian took 2 more steps forward. The distance between him and Di Ling was even closer. At the same time, the distance between him and the 9 heavens was also even closer. His eyes shone with a strange light. "No one has ever dared to speak to you like this? How laughable. Didn't your elders teach you a lesson? Even if they weren't from the older generation, no one in the same generation as you has ever spoken to you like this? I remember that during the heaven-reaching tower battle there was someone who snatched the Qilin horn right in front of you. At that time, you didn't even dare to fart." Everyone was in an uproar. There was such a thing. They really didn't know about it. Although the heaven-reaching tower battle had caused a sensation, it had only happened in one world. No one else had gone. In the end, they only knew that the Qilin horn had been snatched away by a mysterious expert, but they didn't know who it was. At the same time, they didn't think that there would be such a thing. Di Ling's face sank. His eyes were filled with monstrous, killing intent. This matter had always been the greatest humiliation of his life. Fortunately, this matter hadn't spread widely. Not many people knew about it. But now the other party actually knew about it and even said it out loud. There were so few geniuses here. Once the news was out, it would immediately spread throughout the world. Nonsense. Di Ling was one of the 8 geniuses. How could anyone dare to threaten him? Yu Qinya snorted disdainfully. "Kid, don't spread rumors." "I spread rumors? I can only say that you're an idiot." Look at his expression. Does it look like he's spreading rumors? Yu Qinya looked at Di Ling. Di Ling's face was terrifyingly dark. The killing intent in his eyes was even more terrifying than his own. This made his heart thump. It's over. It seems that such a thing really happened. I didn't think that you would know about this. Di Ling's voice was cold. Humph! At that time, it was a senior from Wushuang City who wanted the Qilin horn. Naturally, I gave it to him. What? In the end, the Qilin horn was taken by someone from Wushuang City? The crowd was in an uproar. If that was the case, then the matter could be explained. If Di Ling wanted to participate in Wushuang City's test, she would have to curry favor with Wushuang City. So maybe Ling didn't fight for the Qilin horn at that time. So that was the case. They heaved a sigh of relief. How could Di Ling be beaten to the point that he didn't even dare to fart? Lin Xian laughed loudly as if he had heard the funniest joke. Di Ling's face was ashen. He roared madly. What are you laughing at? I'm laughing at you. You're really disappointing. I didn't think that the first place of the 8 geniuses would be trash like you. You're courting death. Di Ling walked out. His eyes were filled with killing intent. Lin Xian wasn't afraid. Did I say something wrong? You let me out? Are you sure? You can lie to others, but can you lie to yourself? You keep calling the people from Wushuang City senior. Do you really think you can enter Wushuang City successfully? At the end of the day, you did cower back then because you met someone stronger than you. When you meet a strong person, you either fight to the death and die honorably or you retreat. There's nothing shameful about it. After all, you only have one life. But you obviously retreated, yet you still put gold on your face. I look down on you because of this. Lin Xian's eyes glowed. He exuded an air of arrogance. No one else had this air of arrogance. Previously, I was on the same level as you on a ranking list. At that time, I also treated you as a top genius. I even treated you as an opponent. But now I see you. Lin Xian shook his head. I really feel that my previous understanding is laughable. You're not worthy to be my opponent. Chapter 30, 638. Lin Xian's voice spread clearly in all directions. At this moment, everyone heard it and went crazy. What did he say? Di Ling was not worthy to be his opponent. Oh God! Did water enter this kid's brain, or did he get hit by a door? Who was Di Ling? He was one of the 8 great heavens prides. This time in Wushuang City, he was the most likely candidate to become the head disciple of the 3rd generation. Such a person was extremely dazzling and made countless people look up to him. Who dared to go against Di Ling? Even the 8 great heavens prides did not dare to. But now, a 2nd heaven sage dared to say that Di Ling was not worthy to be his opponent. Such arrogant words. If this was not an idiot, then what was? Sure enough, Di Ling laughed. Yu Qinya also laughed. The surrounding experts also had a disdainful sneer. It seemed that the other party was indeed an ant. He did not know how strong Di Ling was. Shi Bufan, Wang Xiaofeng, and the others were puzzled. Where did this guy get his confidence from? Was it just because of Shen Jingqiu? But even Shen Jingqiu herself did not dare to go against Di Ling. Especially Ji Shui's Sky City. He cultivated eye techniques, and his observation skills were extremely sharp. Although he felt that Lin Xian's face was unfamiliar, the other party's temperament made him feel incomparably familiar. He had definitely seen him before, and it was very deep. But who was he? Everyone was disdainful. But Shen Jingqiu's eyes were shining. This was her brother Lin, the hero in her heart. Even in the face of Di Ling, he did not shrink back. Moreover, she believed in her heart that brother Lin would be the final champion. Only Lin Xian had the qualifications to be the head disciple. Lin Xian's expression was calm. He was not affected by the surrounding people at all. He said indifferently, "You can laugh at me all you want, but this only means that you are short-sighted. Soon you will know that Di Ling is indeed not qualified to be my opponent." After he finished saying those words, he ignored those people and began to walk forward with large strides. Everyone went crazy. Did this guy want to be the first one to reach the 9th heaven? Courting death. Di Ling also had some followers. When they saw this scene, their faces turned cold and they wanted to scold him. However, Di Ling stopped them and sneered. "It's okay, let him go. Let me see how an ant in the second heaven can reach the ninth heaven. If he can't even reach the first heaven, I want to know, how will he face those words? Yuchinya laughed coldly as well. That's right, he wanted to humiliate Qin Wentian in front of everyone. He wanted to let everyone in the world know that Qin Wentian was just a braggart trash. His strength is not enough. The onlookers below also stunned. What's going on? The first person to reach the ninth layer of heaven was not Deling, but a second layer saint. Everyone's as D's was everyone. Could this guy ascend to the 9 heavens? It was very difficult. The pressure of the 9 heavens was extremely great. There was no godling, there was of heavens, heaven, sages. That guy was just a sage in the second heaven. He would probably be crushed into a bloody mist in an instant. Under countless gazes, Lin Xian finally took a step forward and reached the first heaven. Suddenly, the first heaven trembled. Endless pressure pressed down on him as if there was a world pressing down on him. That berserk power had increased exponentially. It was simply too berserk. Lin Xian snorted. Light bloomed from his body and suppressed the huge pressure. In the next moment, his other foot stepped forward. He stood on the first heaven of the 9th heaven and then turned around to look below. Like a god, he looked down at the people below. 1 second, 2 seconds, 3 seconds. After a long time, Lin Xian still stood there with his hands behind his back. He was not injured at all. Not to mention his body was cracked. How is that possible? The others went crazy. They couldn't believe it. Are my eyes playing tricks on me? He actually reached the 9th heaven. Damn it, it's too strange. The crowd was in an uproar. That was because it was completely different from what they had guessed. Previously, they had guessed that the guy would be turned into a bloody mist when he stepped on. But now he was standing there unscathed. That was a slap to everyone's face. Could it be that the pressure of the 9th heaven was not as scary as they thought? That was possible. After all, the first heaven of the 9th heaven might not be that stressful. Plus, that guy was a physical cultivation martial artist. That was why he could reach the first heaven. However, some people shook their heads. That was impossible. This was not an ordinary assessment. This was Wushuang City's assessment. They were recruiting disciples. How could they let an ordinary person go up? One had to know that by reaching the first heaven, he was qualified to participate in the next round. Wushuang City would definitely not do such a thing. This made sense. Everyone nodded in agreement. Could it be that the other party was wearing a battle armor? Moreover, it was a sage-tier battle armor. That was why it was able to withstand such a terrifying pressure. Yes, that must be it. Everyone's eyes lit up. Damn it, that guy actually had a sacred armor. It was a defensive sacred armor. No wonder he dared to be so arrogant. Many people's eyes turned red. If they had such a sacred armor, they could also successfully become a disciple of Wushuang City. Who was that guy? He actually had a sacred armor. Countless envious voices rang out once again. Everyone had the same thought in their hearts. However, at the next moment, the voice of the Wushuang City's envoy sounded. The 9th heaven was very strange. You can't use any weapons to help you when you step on the 9th heaven. You can only rely on your own strength, talent, and bloodline. What? You can't use sacred armor after stepping on the 9th heaven? Everyone was in an uproar. Then the second possibility was not true. What was going on? They had just thought of a reasonable explanation, but it was immediately rejected. Could it be that it was the first possibility? Only the first heaven was not that dangerous. Let me try. The eyes of a third heaven, saint above, were bloodshot. He rushed up in an instant. At the next moment, he stepped on the 9th heaven. Everyone was nervous. If he could also go up, then there was hope for the others. Everyone was excited. However, at the next moment, they were dumbfounded. That third heaven saint instantly screamed and exploded, turning into a bloody mist. What? He actually failed. How was that possible? That person was at the early stage of the third heaven. He couldn't even last a second. Everyone felt a chill in their hearts. They knew that the ninth heaven was not a place that anyone could go up. They guessed that ordinary third heaven saints could not go up. But what was going on? How did that brat at the second celestial layer get up there? He couldn't rely on a sacred armor. Could it be that he relied on himself? Chapter 30, 639. Everyone was shocked at the thought of this possibility. Was this still the ant that they despised? I think we've all misjudged him. An elder said, "This kid is obviously a genius. Moreover, he was the kind that could fight those above his level. He definitely had the qualifications to enter Peerless City." Everyone was silent and shocked. It was too unbelievable. They thought that Lin Xian could reach such a place because of Xinjingqiu. But now they realized that was not the case. He was really strong. Even without Xinjingqiu's help, he could still stand in the first heaven. This showed that he was a genius. At least, most people had to look up to him. Too cool. This kid can fight above his level. This is too cool. Some people were excited. Their strength was not high. They were all saints in the first or second heaven. They had no hope of participating in the holy city's assessment. But now they found that there was someone with the same cultivation level as them who could reach the ninth heaven. This made them excited. "Gigolo, I support you." "Freeloader bro, we support you." Voices rang out one after another. Everyone's mouth twitched. But they were speechless. Indeed, other than those two titles, they really did not know who he was. Where did this genius come from? Up above, the 8 geniuses were also stunned, and so were the other experts. This kid really went up and succeeded. This was a slap to everyone's face. Some people's faces darkened. Among them, Di Ling and Yu Chenya's faces were scarily dark. Xin Jingqiu breathed a sigh of relief. Great. She knew that Brother Lin would be fine. Interesting. In Stillwater Sky City, Sherbufan and the others narrowed their eyes. Ghostly also smiled. It seems that it's time for us to act. The others took a deep breath. Their eyes shone with a cold light. Indeed, it was time for them to act. Di Ling walked out first and sneered. "So what if he can reach the first heaven? He can't be compared to me." He let out a long roar. His body emitted a dazzling light, and he rushed into the sky. In an instant, he entered the first heaven. But he did not stop. He continued to go up. The second heaven, the third heaven. Then he landed. He crossed the third heaven in one step. Everyone went crazy. What kind of pressure was this? Those older generation figures also screamed. Too strong. Was this the strength of the number one of the 8 great geniuses? It was indeed terrifying. Even the surrounding strong cultivators were astonished. This imperial mausoleum was indeed terrifying. "Haha, I'm going too." Ghostly sneered. His body and mind flickered, and he also crossed the 3 heavens in one step to search for the imperial mausoleum. At this moment, Di Ling had already disappeared from the 3rd layer of heaven. He was probably charging towards a higher level. Sherbufan let out a roar and chased after Qin Nan. On the other side, Shui Tianchen, Wang Xiaofeng, and the others made their moves too. Yu Chenya had also arrived at the first heavenly layer. He gazed at Lin Xian with a smile on his face. "Brat, you've exceeded my expectations, but that's all. You can only stay in the first heaven for the rest of your life, but I'm different. Don't worry, you can still live now. After I become a disciple of Peerless City, I will kill you." As he spoke, he also quickly rushed towards the second heaven. The others started to move as well. Those who were strong enough reached the first heaven and were charging towards the second heaven. Because it was said before that the higher you charged, the higher your ranking would be, and the greater the benefits. No one would give up on this opportunity. However, not everyone could reach the first heaven. The first heaven seemed to be the most basic step, but it was also difficult for many geniuses to reach it. It was already difficult for many people to reach the first heaven, not to mention reaching the second heaven. Some of them tried to force their way up, but their bodies were torn apart, and some of them were blasted into a bloody mist. They screamed and ran away. Everyone was terrified. Sure enough, the first heaven of the 9 heavens was not easy to cross. The surrounding spectators were all excited. It was really a rare scene. Shen Jingqiu also arrived at the first heaven and came to Lin Xian's side. "Brother Lin, let's go quickly. Don't be left behind by them. Don't worry, the higher you go, the harder it is. They won't be able to reach the 9th heaven so easily. I think it'll be good if they can reach half of it." Lin Xian sensed the pressure of the first heaven and could make a preliminary judgment. He was now a veteran who had experienced hundreds of battles. Therefore, when he analyzed the 9 heavens and the strength of those people, he was able to guess. Although it wasn't 100% accurate, it was basically the same. Moreover, he said, don't be anxious. There seems to be something special about the 9th heaven. Is there something else?" Shen Jingqiu was surprised. She sensed it carefully and then frowned. "What you said was indeed a little unusual. However, it was too ethereal to grasp." Lin Xian nodded slightly and sensed it carefully. Wang. He suddenly raised his hand and punched towards the void. With a clang, the sound of thunder resounded between heaven and earth. It was like the sound of a yellow bell, resounding through heaven and earth. Not only did the people in the 9th heaven hear it, but the spectators outside the 9th heaven also heard it. What's going on? Did someone use a sacred artifact? Everyone was shocked. Didn't they say that they couldn't use it? Everyone was puzzled. The few envoys from Wushuang City curled their lips into a smile. Someone was able to ring the bell so soon? The elder said loudly, "The 9th heaven has the 9 heavenly thunder sounds. Let's see if you can sound it." Everyone was shocked. So that's what it meant. Every heaven has the 9 heavenly thunder sounds. Although they didn't know what it was, it must be extraordinary to be able to trigger the 9 heavenly thunder sounds. Sure enough, after that, more and more voices rang out, coming from different places. Obviously, the other strong people had also started to trigger the 9 heavenly thunder sounds. Lin Xian retracted his palm. When he heard the elder's words, he squinted his eyes. So that's what it was like. The 9 heavenly thunder sounds. Everyone should be able to sound at most 9 times per heaven. This sound contained the great Tao of heaven and earth. Every sound was a baptism of Tao. Let's act quickly. This is very beneficial for our comprehension of the laws. As he spoke, Lin Xian roared and punched in all directions. 1, 2, 3. Terrifying sounds of thunder rang out one after another. Instantly, 9 sounds of thunder circled around heaven and earth. Damn, who is it? Instantly, the 9 heavenly thunder sounds were shaken. Everyone was in an uproar. Even the few people from Peerless City had cold looks in their eyes. The elder soared into the sky and released a powerful aura. It was unbelievable that someone could make 9 sounds in an instant. Chapter 3640. This was too unbelievable. One had to know that the heavenly thunder sound, 9 sounds sounded at the same time. It was actually very difficult. Even the first level of heaven was difficult to do. But now, someone actually did it. It was really unbelievable. Who was it? Who was it? Everyone was discussing, but the few envoys from Peerless City could clearly see it. They saw that in the first level of heaven, there was a young man in red, punching out 9 levels of heaven. It was this kid. Their faces were full of surprise. To be honest, they thought it was Di-Ling or Ghostly, but they did not expect it to be neither. It was actually Lin Xian, the 2nd level of Heaven Saint. He struck out the heavenly thunder 9 sounds right from the start. The 9 sounds rumbled, and the great Tao law revolved around Lin Xian, causing Lin Xian to instantly sit down cross-legged and quickly comprehend. Beside him, Shen Jingqiu also quickly attacked, but she only struck out 7 sounds. However, this was already very impressive, so she also quickly sat down to comprehend. After a while, Shen Jingqiu opened her eyes, and the corners of her mouth curled up into a smile. It was indeed useful. She felt that her use of laws had become stronger, and her laws had actually improved. The heavenly thunder 9 sounds was really amazing. She really wanted to try it again. Lin Xian beside her also opened his eyes, and the corners of his mouth curled up. Let's quickly go to the second level of heaven. He also stood up, and at the same time, a piercing light burst out from his eyes. The heavenly thunder 9 sounds were all struck out by him, and his comprehension was even deeper. At the same time, he had a thought in his mind. Just the first level of heaven was already able to comprehend to such an extent. If all 9 levels of heaven were struck, what kind of realm would it be? He might be able to break through in an instant. Thinking of this possibility, he was incomparably excited. One had to know that unless there was some heaven-defying opportunity, it was very difficult to break through. Some people could be stuck in a small realm for thousands of years, and it was possible. Like Yu Qianya's cultivation breakthrough. That was because the Rain clan had paid a huge price, and it was unlikely to happen a second time. It could be said that those who were able to come, which one of them was not a world-class prodigy, only after experiencing hundreds or thousands of years of fortuitous encounters could they achieve today's results. Lin Xian was much younger than those people. He was not even 100 years old, and there was only a difference of 2 celestial layers. If this news were to spread, it would definitely be heaven-defying. But this time, Lin Xian decided to use the 9 heavens to break through again. At the thought of this, he and Shin Jingqiu quickly made their way to the second heaven. The pressure of the second heaven was much greater than that of the first heaven. However, this was not a problem for the 2 of them. Thus, the 2 of them quickly arrived at the second layer. When the crowd saw this scene, they were incomparably terrified. They did not doubt Shin Jingqiu's strength. But for Lin Xian, it was really inconceivable that he could reach the second layer of heaven. This brat's strength was a little ridiculously strong. Lin Xian ignored the others and said to Shin Jingqiu, "Let's begin. Try your best." As he spoke, he would also move his fists, attacking in all directions. The sound of great Tao sounded again. In an instant, the crowd gasped in amazement. At the same time, on the 5th heaven of the 9 heavens, Di Ling's expression was cold. He was in the 5th heaven, bombarding everything except the 6 voices of heavenly thunder. Then he began to comprehend. Currently, he was the highest. The rest, like Gui Li, had reached the 4th heaven. The others, like Shibufan and Shui Tiancheng, had also reached the 4th heaven. The others, like Wang Xiaofeng and Yu Qianya, were in the 3rd heaven. They were all trying their best to hit as many heavenly thunder voices as possible. Shibufan roared and punched in all directions. At the 4th heaven, he hit out 6 heavenly thunder voices. Then he began to comprehend. Gui Li sneered, his body was filled with ghost qi, and he hit out 7 heavenly thunder voices. Shui Tiancheng did not make a move, but the stars in his eyes flickered. His gaze pierced through the void, and he actually hit out 7 heavenly thunder voices. On the other side, at the 3rd heaven, Yu Qianya roared and used the Rain clan's great ability. He actually hit out 8 heavenly thunder voices, which made him wild with joy. That's great. He was really too excited. He was almost able to hit all of the 9 voices of heavenly thunder. Other than him, no one else could do it. However, just as he was about to comprehend, he suddenly heard 9 voices at the same time, shaking heaven and earth. 9 voices of heavenly thunder. Damn it, it's the 9 voices of heavenly thunder again. How is this possible? Yu Qianya could not believe it. He had just heard the 9 voices of heavenly thunder, and now he heard it again. Who is it? In an instant, he thought of Di Ling. Damn it, this imperial mausoleum was really too terrifying. But soon he calmed down. Di Ling was strong, but he was not weak either. He hit out 8 heavenly thunder voices, so he was second only to Di Ling. Thinking of this, he smiled. Even if he could not be the chief disciple, it was not bad to be the second senior brother. So he sat down cross-legged and started to comprehend quickly. The others were also shocked. For example, at the 4th heaven, Shi Bufan, Gui Li, and Shi Sui Tianqing all looked cold. Damn it, has Deling become so strong? It's really unbelievable. The people outside were also discussing. In their opinion, there was only one person who could hit out the 9 voices of heavenly thunder, and that was Deling. Other than him, no one else could do it. However, the people of Wushuang City did not think so. They could clearly see what was happening in the 9th heaven. At this moment, their faces were full of shock, and even the old man was dumbfounded. It's this kid again, how is it possible? He realized that the one who hit out the 9 voices of heavenly thunder was a young man in red, a 2nd heaven saint. That's right, the one who hit out the 9 voices of heavenly thunder was still Lin Xian. Lin Xian is too powerful. After Shen Jingqiu hit out the 7 voices of heavenly thunder, her face was full of envy. Lin Xian smiled. Qiu, hurry up and comprehend. You might be able to break through next time. Shen Jingqiu nodded and quickly sat down to comprehend. On the other side, Lin Xian did the same. At the 5th heaven, Deling opened his eyes. His face was full of joy. This allowed him to have a new understanding of the laws and improve, but soon he frowned slightly. Who was the one who hit out the 9 voices of heavenly thunder? Could it be that Ghost Li? Everyone outside was guessing that it was him who hit out the 9 voices of heavenly thunder, but he knew that he had never hit out 9 voices. At most, he had only hit 8 voices. That was in the 3rd heaven. Therefore, he guessed that it could be Gui Li because that guy's strength was closest to his, and he was from the Fiend Planet. The Fiend Planet was a place where countless, ruthless people gathered. There were galactic pirates, and the laws of martial arts and divine abilities were very complicated. Perhaps Gui Li had learned some special divine abilities. This Gui Li should be at the 3rd heaven now. If that was the case, it was nothing. He was already at the 5th heaven, and hitting out the 9 voices of heavenly thunder in the 3rd heaven was easier than what he was doing now. Therefore, he did not mind. Chapter 36:41. Taking a deep breath, he struck out with his palm again. He actually struck out a new heavenly thunder sound, which made him wild with joy. It seemed that the heavenly thunder 9 sounds was related to the comprehension of laws. My comprehension of laws has improved, so I can strike out again. Thinking of this, he hurried to comprehend again. Deling's strategy was simple. He did not care if he could strike out the 9 sounds, but whether he could reach the 9 levels of heaven. Therefore, he had to move forward as much as possible to distance himself from the others. If he could reach the 9th or 8th level of heaven, even if he only struck out 1 heavenly thunder sound, it would be much more powerful than striking out 9 heavenly thunder sounds in 1 level of heaven. On this point, Deling was right. However, he was too fixated on the results and forgot about the process of comprehension. Lin Xian was different in this regard. He did not care about which level of heaven he could reach. What he cared about was whether he could comprehend the heavenly thunder 9 sounds on each level of heaven to strengthen his own laws. At this moment, Lin Xian woke up from his comprehension. He said to Shen Jingqiu, "Qiu, are you done?" Shen Jingqiu nodded. "I want to strike again." She struck out again and struck out the 8 heavenly thunder sounds. There was an additional heavenly thunder sound. This was due to Shen Jingqiu's new comprehension. This scene made Lin Xian happy. "That's great. Hurry up and comprehend." Shen Jingqiu quickly sat down to comprehend. In the end, the 2 of them rose into the air again. They headed towards the 3rd level of heaven. Soon, they arrived at the 3rd level of heaven. There were fewer people in the 3rd level of heaven because those who could come here were all extraordinary. Even Wang Xiaofeng and Yu Qinya were here. Yu Qinya had just finished comprehending. He was full of confidence and wanted to leave. However, he was stunned when he saw the next person. Damn it, how could it be? He was stunned because she saw Lin Xian. However, why was he here? This was unbelievable. Wasn't he at the 1st level of heaven? What was going on? Lin Xian and Shen Jingqiu saw Yu Qinya and squinted their eyes. You trash can still reach the 3rd level of heaven. This is really surprising. Lin Xian said indifferently. Damn it. That's what I want to say. Yu Qianye roared madly. Damned brat. I didn't expect you to be able to come up here. To be honest, he was really shocked. In his opinion, Lin Xian would only be able to reach the first layer of heaven in his lifetime. He couldn't even ascend the second heaven. But now he actually saw him in the third heaven. How could this be? Xin Jingqiu. It must be because of this woman that this brat was able to come up. Yes, that's right, that must be it. Yu Qianye kept consoling himself. Lin Xian saw through the other party's thoughts and sneered. What an idiot. Was it fun to deceive oneself? Don't worry. You will soon find out that I will completely surpass you because I have never treated you as an opponent. What a sharp-tongued brat. Shen Jingqiu can only help you up to the third heaven, and that's already her limit. I don't believe that you can ascend to the fourth heaven. I will trample you under my feet for the rest of my life. Yu Qianye roared madly and soared into the sky, heading towards the fourth heaven. The pressure of the fourth heaven was very strong. Yu Qianye felt a strong force that wanted to crush him. His body trembled and he almost fell from the sky. Trample me under your feet? Dream on. Seems like you can't even break through the fourth heaven, and you still dare to talk big in front of me. Lin Xian raised his head to look at the scene and sneered. Courting death, open for me. Wind and rain 9 transformations. Yu Qianye roared madly. Rain poured down from his body, and the wind howled, turning into a torrent of law that slashed towards the sky. Finally, a crack was torn open in the fourth heaven, and he rushed in. This brat could actually go up. Xin Jingqiu was surprised. Lin Xian was very calm. He said that he should have no problem with the fourth heaven, but it seemed like this was his limit, unless he had a new comprehension. But even if he had a new comprehension, it would at most be the fifth heaven. It was impossible for him to go any higher. Lin Xian's eyes flashed with a golden light, and he gave Yu Qianye a conclusion. At the same time he said, Don't worry about that brat, he's nothing to be afraid of. Let's hurry up and comprehend the 9 sounds of heavenly thunder. Buzz! Lin Xian waved his fist again. The golden fist was incomparable, and it carried the power of the 5 elemental law, as if it could destroy everything. With one punch, the third heaven shook violently, as if the sky and earth were turned upside down. The surrounding third heaven people were all stunned. Who was this? How could he be so fierce? Was he trying to destroy the heavens? They all turned their heads and looked around. In the next moment, they saw Lin Xian. Damn, it's this brat. Damn it, how is it possible? How did this brat come up? These people were crazy. Wang Xiaofeng naturally saw Lin Xian too. She had just woken up from her comprehension and was about to leave. But in the next moment, she saw Lin Xian attacking the third heaven, and his movements were very shocking. It's him. He could actually come up here. Lin Xian's appearance shocked Wang Xiaofeng, but that was not the most shocking thing. Soon, Wang Xiaofeng's eyeballs almost fell out because she heard 9 sounds between heaven and earth. The heavenly thunder 9 sounds surrounded Lin Xian, making him look like a god. He actually struck out 9 heavenly thunder 9 sounds. How is this possible? To be honest, she was really too shocked. One had to know that she had only struck out 7 sounds here. Although it was only a difference of 2 sounds, it was like heaven and earth. It was impossible for her to go any further. To her, 9 sounds were simply a legend. Damn it, 9 heavenly thunder 9 sounds. And it was done with one punch. This brat was a monster. After dealing, someone else struck out the heavenly thunder 9 sounds? No, she had to quickly tell Shui that a peerless enemy had appeared. In Wang Xiaofeng's opinion, the first 2 heavenly thunder 9 sounds must have been struck out by dealing, but Lin Xian could also successfully strike out. This was a genius on par with dealing. She soared into the sky, filled with shock. She wanted to tear the 4th heaven apart because she had to tell Shui Tianqian this news. At this moment, Shin Jingqiu clapped and cheered. Big Brother Lin was really too powerful. This was already the third Heavenly Thunder 9 sounds. Qiuhua was really envious. The sound was not loud, but Wang Xiaofeng heard it clearly and almost fell from the sky. She floated in the air, even trembling slightly, her face full of shock. What? The third Heavenly Thunder 9 sounds. Could it be that the first two were also struck out by him? Heavens! How could this be? Wang Xiaofeng felt that her knowledge had collapsed because she had always thought that the first two Heavenly Thunder 9 sounds were struck out by Di Ling. Furthermore, she felt that only the Imperial Mausoleum would be able to do so. Chapter 3642. But now he realized that it was not Di Ling, but the kid in front of him. Just where did this brat come from? 3 Heavenly Thunder 9 sounds that had already surpassed Di Ling. This guy really had that kind of strength. Previously, Lin Xian had said that Di Ling was not worthy to be his opponent. At that time, everyone thought that Lin Xian was crazy. But now, Wang Xiaofeng felt that he was really qualified to say that. Wait, she suddenly froze. What did Shin Jingqiu call him? Brother Lin, is his surname Lin? Suddenly, a figure appeared in her mind. Could it be that this was Lin Wudi? Thinking of this possibility, she felt that she was going crazy. Damn it, this big discovery. I must tell Shui Tianqin. They had to hurry and prepare. Wang Xiaofeng, at this moment, used all her strength to attack the fourth heaven. Finally, she tore a crack in the fourth heaven and went in. Wang Xiaofeng finally arrived at the fourth heaven, but she found that Shui Tianqin had already reached the fifth heaven. Wang Xiaofeng could only suppress the shock in her heart. She had to improve in the fourth heaven first and wait until she reached the fifth heaven. On the other side, Yu Qinya also arrived at the fourth heaven. He took a deep breath and began to comfort himself. It's okay, I'm already ahead of that kid. I will definitely trample him under my feet. Boom, boom, boom. Next, he bombarded the 4 directions, but in the end he only managed to use 6 heavenly thunder roars. He was not satisfied. He gritted his teeth and attacked many times, but in the end he could only use 5 heavenly thunder roars. This made him break out in cold sweat. Calm down, I have to calm down. Yu Qinya began to sit down cross-legged and began to comprehend the heavenly thunder roars. On the other side, which was the third heaven, Lin Xian and Shin Jingqiu were also in the midst of comprehending. Finally, they opened their eyes. The two looked at each other and smiled. Let's go, Lin Xian said. Shin Jingqiu nodded, and the two looked up. Above, which was the fourth heaven, the surrounding third heaven people all became nervous when they saw the scene. Were these two finally going to set off again? Especially this Lin Xian. It was really unbelievable that he could make it this far. Previously, everyone was very curious as to why Lin Xian could come here. Was it because of Shin Jingqiu's help? Now, perhaps they would be able to see it with their own eyes. Qiu, or you can go up first. Lin Xian said. Shin Jingqiu nodded. She leaped into the air and walked upwards. Soon, she felt an immense pressure. With a shout, she waved her finger. Violet light swirled in the air, forming an arc of moonlight that collided with the pressure of the fourth heaven. Clang! Clang! Heaven fell and earth cracked. The fourth layer of heaven tumbled, but it still did not shatter. Upon seeing this, Shen Jingqiu flicked her fingers and fired a series of terrifying laws, which finally cracked the fourth layer open. Then she entered. Big Brother Lin, come in quickly. A surprised voice sounded. Could it be that multiple people could pass through the rift? Many people's eyes lit up. Could it be that this was how Lin Xian came to the third layer of heaven previously? Thinking of this, someone's figure flashed. He wanted to use the rift opened by Shin Jingqiu to enter the fourth layer of heaven. But as soon as he got close, he was sent flying while vomiting blood. Damn it, no way. I can only open it myself. I can't use others. Those people were pale. Some did not believe it and wanted to try again, but they were sent flying while vomiting blood. The rift in the sky disappeared once again. This method did not work. But how did Lin Xian come up? Damn it, they had to see it clearly. Lin Xian sneered at the actions of the people around him. They really knew how to take advantage of loopholes. However, the test this time would not allow these opportunists to enter. As for him, he did not need anyone's help. In the next moment, he roared. His fist emitted a golden light and blasted towards the sky. With a boom, the 9 heavens and 10 earths shook. A huge hole was poked in the 4th layer of heaven. Lin Xian went straight up to the 4th layer of heaven. The people around him were stunned. Many of them were so scared that they knelt on the ground and trembled. Oh God, is this really a 2nd layer of heaven, sage? This power seemed to be even stronger than when he leveled up. That was Shen Jingqiu, one of the 8 great geniuses. Could it be that this kid's strength is also at the level of the 8 great geniuses? Thinking of this possibility, their scalps went numb. This time, they finally knew how Lin Xian had managed to get here. He relied on his own strength to come up. There were even fewer people in the 4th layer of heaven. There were only about 10 people in total. Shen Jingqiu was surprised. There were so few people in the 4th layer of heaven. Would there be anyone in the 9th layer of heaven who could go up? It would be difficult. The higher one went, the greater the pressure. The 5th layer of heaven would be much harder than the 4th layer of heaven. Lin Xian looked around. He saw Yu Qinya and Wang Xiaofeng. There were also some people, but their faces were unfamiliar. This guy actually came up. Among the 8 great geniuses, there was a person called Yang Hao, ranked 8th. When he saw Lin Xian come up, he was also surprised. One had to know that those who could come here were at least at the level of the 8 great geniuses. The remaining people were some hidden monsters or experts who were slightly older. For example, the 2,000-year-old sage. However, without exception, these people's cultivation were around the 4th layer of heaven. The weakest one was at the late-stage 3rd layer of heaven. It was rare to see someone like Lin Xian, who was at the late-stage 2nd layer of heaven. Boom! While he was still wondering what was going on, he suddenly heard a sound. No, 9 sounds were heard at the same time. There was a roar between heaven and earth. Damn it! Yang Hao immediately knelt down. He saw Lin Xian punch out the 9 heavenly thunder sounds. This was too unbelievable. It was like a dream. Not only that, but everyone on the 4th layer was also shocked. Even those who were in the middle of comprehending opened their eyes. Their faces were full of shock. The 9 heavenly thunder sounds. Who sounded the 9 heavenly thunder sounds? Moreover, it was on their 1st layer of heaven. It was definitely not Di-Ling because Di-Ling had far surpassed them. In other words, a newcomer came from below and sounded the 9 heavenly thunder sounds. Who was it? They all turned their heads and saw a person surrounded by 9 lightning bolts. Who was it? That gigolo. Damn it. Wasn't he a gigolo? How could he be so powerful? The people around them were also scared out of their wits. Wang Xiaofeng also opened her eyes. It was that familiar figure again. In the next moment, she saw Lin Xian's figure. It was him. It was really him. He could really make the 9 heavenly thunder sounds. Yu Qinya was also awakened by the sound. He opened his eyes and looked. Could it be that Di-Ling had returned? Chapter 36:43. When he saw Lin Xian in the distance, he was stunned. Damn it, what's wrong with that kid? How did he get here? It took him a lot of effort to enter the 4th heaven. How did he do it? When he saw the 9 thunderous sounds revolving around Lin Xian, he was even more stunned. Heavenly thunder 9 sounds. Impossible. He stood up and screamed. Did he just use the heavenly thunder 9 sounds? What a joke! He could only use the heavenly thunder 6 sounds. But Lin Xian had 3 more sounds than him. It was unbelievable. I don't believe it. There must be something wrong with the 4th heaven. Yu Qinya screamed crazily. He started attacking in all directions. If he could use the heavenly thunder 9 sounds, it would mean that there was something wrong. However, he could only use the heavenly thunder 6 sounds at most. He was devastated and desperate. He roared, "Damn kid, go to hell!" Yu Qinya jumped up and charged towards Lin Xian. He would never allow such a person to exist. "Oh no!" Yu Qinya attacked. The surrounding people exclaimed. Xin Jingqiu's expression changed, and she wanted to attack. However, before she could, Yu Qinya was attacked. It turned out that the Heavenly Thunder 9 sounds drew 9 mysterious ancient runes and attacked in all directions, sending Yu Qinya flying. Yu Qinya flew backward and vomited blood. His body was pierced through, and he looked miserable. In the 9th heaven, no one was allowed to attack others. This was a warning. If there was a next time, he would be killed. A cold voice rang out, and everyone felt their scalps go numb. Xin Jingqiu heaved a sigh of relief. Lin Xian sneered. He had already guessed that this would be the result. It was ridiculous that Yu Qinya was such an idiot and dared to challenge the rules of Peerless City. Go and cultivate. No one will disturb us, Lin Xian said. Then he started to comprehend. Shen Jingqiu used the Heavenly Thunder 8 sounds and started to comprehend as well. This scene shocked everyone once again. The Heavenly Thunder 8 sounds was too powerful. It was already the 4th heaven. They did not expect Shen Jingqiu to become stronger and use the Heavenly Thunder 8 sounds. She had completely surpassed them. Impossible, this is impossible. Damn it, why is he so strong? Yu Qinya crawled up from the ground and quickly recovered from his injuries. He gritted his teeth, his face filled with madness. To be honest, the strength of these two people had exceeded his expectations, especially Lin Xian, who had actually used the Heavenly Thunder 9 sounds. Damn it, what kind of luck did he have? I don't believe it. I have to see what's wrong with this kid. He gritted his teeth and glared at Lin Xian. The others also did not leave because the Heavenly Thunder 9 sounds was too inconceivable. At the same time, there were even fewer people in the 5th layer of heaven. There were only a few people left, and their faces were filled with astonishment. He thought of the Heavenly Thunder 9 sounds again. This was already the 4th time. The Imperial Mausoleum had already defied the heavens to such an extent. Every time he ascended a heaven, he would have to strike the 9 sounds of thunder. Until now, they still believed that it was from the Imperial Mausoleum. In the 6th layer of heaven, Di Ling's face was also solemn. That damned ghostly. How could he be so powerful? Everyone thought it was Di Ling, and Di Ling thought it was his enemy, Ghostly, who made it. The people outside were also guessing, their faces filled with madness. Only the people from Peerless City had the corners of their mouths twitching. Damn it, it's that kid again. This kid was incredible and had already been listed as a key target for observation. They did not expect that after Senior Brother Fu, there would be another person so heaven-defying, sounding the Heavenly Thunder 9 sounds 4 times in a row. They did not know if he could break Senior Brother Fu's record. That was impossible. Senior Brother Fu had sounded 7 Heavenly Thunder 9 sounds. He had created a record. No matter how strong that kid was, it was impossible to exceed 7 times. A few Peerless City envoys were discussing quickly. The Senior Brother Fu they were talking about was naturally Fu Hongya. Fu Hongya was a legendary figure in Peerless City, and he had created many records. The old man's eyes were also twinkling. He did not know what kind of miracle this kid could create. He was also looking forward to Lin Xian. In the 4th layer of heaven, Lin Xian opened his eyes. On the other side, Shen Jingqiu had also finished comprehending. Both of their laws had increased again. Sigh, you trash still haven't left. Lin Xian was the first to see Yu Qinya, and then the corner of his mouth curled up into a cold smile. What? Could it be that you have stopped at the 4th layer of heaven and can't ascend to the 5th layer of heaven? I think you have used up all your potential. Damn kid, you dare to look down on me. Yu Qinya instantly stood up and roared crazily. He was about to go crazy from anger. He was actually being looked down on. I am here to expose you. I don't believe that you can ascend to the 4th layer of heaven with your own strength. Lin Xian laughed loudly after hearing that. So it was because of this. Yu Qinya, Do you really think that you are very powerful? Do you really think that you can ignore everything just because you're one of the 8 great prodigies? Do you think that because my cultivation is lower than yours, my strength should be lower than yours? You are really too arrogant. In this world, there were millions of possibilities. Some people's strength could not be measured by their cultivation. I am one of them. So put away your pride. You are nothing in front of me. Sharp-tongued kid. You are not qualified to lecture me. Yuchinya snorted coldly. Why can't I look down on you? I am only 900 years old this year. I am very young, and I am already a 4th layer of heaven sage. But you are only at the 2nd layer of heaven. You are 2 levels lower than me. You might not be able to reach my level in this lifetime. Why can't I look down on you? Yuchinya roared crazily, and the others were also shocked. Yuchinya is so young, only 900 years old? Lin Xian was disdainful after hearing that. You have lived for almost 1,000 years. What a surprise! I thought you were only 100 years old. It seems that you are not my opponent at all. Lin Xian shook his head, looking like a lonely expert. This scene made Yuchinya so angry that he vomited blood. Kid, you can be arrogant. I will see how you die when you go out later. If it was not for the rules that forbid fighting, do you think you are qualified to speak in front of me? A gigolo who relies on women is not qualified to be arrogant in front of me. Relying on women? Lin Xian sneered. Fine. It seems that you will not give up until you see the coffin. Today, I will let you see my true strength. Yuchinya, I will let you see that your pride is not worth mentioning at all in front of me. Lin Xian's eyes were serious. His body shone brightly, and the whole world's Tao was resonating with him. In the next moment, he stepped on the void and walked toward the sky. The remaining people saw this scene, and their eyes focused. Heavens, is he going to break through to the 5th layer of heaven? These people were too shocked, because they could sense that the 5th layer of heaven was not so easy to break through. It might be a watershed. You dare to break through to the 5th layer of heaven? What an idiot. I will see how you die. Below, Yuchinya sneered. Chapter 36:44. He did not think that Lin Xian could break through to the 5th heaven with his own strength. Perhaps he would be blasted into a bloody mist by the pressure in an instant. Lin Xian looked solemn as his body shone brightly like a golden god of war, standing in the void. His laws continued to rise, and his divine body was fully activated. The void trembled as a violent force shone through the 9 heavens and 10 lands. He threw out a punch that was like a vast ocean. Endless power of laws blasted towards the sky. At this moment, everyone's face changed. This was because this power was simply too strong. They simply could not believe that this was something that a 2nd heaven sage could produce. Boom! The 4th heaven continued to rumble. The 5th heaven also continued to tremble as a hole was punched in an instant. Lin Xian's black hair fluttered in the wind as he roared and stepped into the 5th heaven. His punch pierced through the sky. At this moment, everyone was stunned. The people of the 4th heaven were dumbfounded as they knelt down. The people of the 5th heaven were even more shocked as their eyes shone with a cold light. Who was it? Did he enter the 5th heaven again? There were only a few people in the 5th heaven. Those who could enter were all peerless experts and top evildoers. Was it one of the other 8 great sky prides? They all turned their heads to look. At the next moment, their eyelids twitched wildly, because they felt that the sky was falling and the earth was cracking as a huge hole appeared near them. Then a figure walked out. What? It was actually this kid. The few people of the 5th heaven were completely stunned as they realized that the person who came up was not the person they had imagined. It was someone who surprised them. It was that gigolo. How could it be him? How could he be here? In Stillwater Sky City, Sherbufan and the others were shocked. They had an impression of this person. He was one of Shen Jingqiu's people. However, in their opinion, he should be one of Shen Jingqiu's male pets and should not be too strong. But now he could actually come up to the 5th heaven. It was unbelievable. For a moment, they were all stunned as their minds went blank. Below, the people of the fourth heaven were even more shocked. Lin Xian stood on the fifth layer of heaven and looked at the fourth layer of heaven through the crack. He coldly said, "Yu Qinya, how is it? Where is your pride? Do you still think you can look down on me?" Yu Qinya's mind was blank, and he was dumbstruck. Only when Lin Xian asked him did he regain his senses. The next moment, he felt like he was about to pee his pants. Impossible. He was really too shocked. The other party had broken the sky with a single punch. What kind of strength was this? No, this was not his true strength. This place was very strange, and it should have something to do with the laws. But if it was the laws, then it was even more inconceivable. The other party's comprehension of laws was already so profound. This had completely surpassed him. For a moment, he was unable to accept this. "Damn brat, don't be so arrogant. If you can do it, so can I." Yu Qinya roared and soared into the sky. His heart was filled with shock, but he believed in himself. Perhaps the barrier here wasn't as strong as before, and that was why the other party had been able to enter. Boom! Yu Qinya exerted all of his strength and blasted it towards the sky. This attack was extremely domineering, as if the entire sky was about to shatter. However, when the palm landed, heaven and earth trembled, and there were no cracks. Instead, Yu Qinya was sent flying. What? Yu Qinya did not succeed. The people of the fourth layer of heaven were shocked. It seemed that the gap between the two parties was too big. "Damn it, I don't believe it." Yu Qinya roared and attacked crazily. However, the fifth layer of heaven was like a Milky Way hanging above his head, making it impossible for Yu Qinya to come over. Seeing this, Lin Xian's lips curled into a cold smile. "Is this what you have to be proud of? Is this what you use to look down on me? What a joke!" Hearing this, Yu Qinya was so angry that he vomited blood. As one of the 8 geniuses, his strength was strong, and he had just broken through to the fourth layer of heaven, so he was proud and arrogant. But now he was being looked down on. "Damn it, I can't accept this." He roared crazily, and a terrifying law rushed out and attacked above. Boom! 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 The fluctuations between heaven and earth were even more terrifying, but the fifth layer of heaven still did not crack. Trash! Lin Xian's eyes were filled with disdain. He ignored Yu Qinya and looked at Shenjingqiu. "Qiu, come up quickly. I'll wait for you at the fifth layer of heaven." As he spoke, the crack under Lin Xian's feet slowly healed. After it had completely healed, the people of the fourth layer of heaven were still in a daze. Lin Xian's previous actions were too spectacular, and coupled with Yu Qinya's sorry state, it formed a sharp contrast. They felt that Lin Xian was the real genius, and Yu Qinya was just an ant. "No, I don't believe it." Yu Qinya roared crazily and attacked quickly. He would definitely break through and enter the fifth layer of heaven. At this moment, he was extremely crazy. On the other side, Shenjingqiu also attacked. She took a deep breath and shouted. She waved her hand, bringing along a powerful law. Naturally, this attack could not break through the fifth layer of heaven, but she was not discouraged. Her mentality was very stable now. Therefore, after a period of time, she coaxed the fifth layer of heaven open and stepped in. Shenjingqiu also went in. Many people were envious. Seeing this, Yu Qinya spat out a mouthful of blood. He was so angry that he went mad. How could it be? How could I not go in? He was mad. To be honest, he was suppressed by Shenjingqiu before, but after his cultivation breakthrough, he did not put Shenjingqiu in his eyes. In his opinion, with his current strength, he could compete for the top 3 of the 8 geniuses. But now Shenjingqiu also went in, and he still could not break through. He could not accept it. Wang Xiaofeng saw this scene and shook her head slightly. Yu Qinya's mentality was broken, and he could not use his full strength. Thinking of this, she shook her head. If he continued to be crazy, he would be a pitiful worm. Ignoring him, She also began to break through to the fifth layer of heaven. The fifth layer of heaven. Everyone was in a state of shock. They had not recovered from their shock. Lin Xian had entered? How could it be? But until now they found that it was really a fact. They had no choice but to accept it. Soon, they found that another person came in from the fifth layer of heaven. It was Shen Jingqiu. They were shocked. After Shen Jingqiu came in, she looked at Lin Xian. "Brother Lin, I'm here." Lin Xian nodded. "Qiu, recover your strength first, then attack." Shen Jingqiu sat down cross-legged and began to recover her strength. Lin Xian attacked. When he entered the fifth layer of heaven, he only threw a punch and did not use much strength. So now he was ready to break through to the heavenly thunder 9 sounds.